Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, November the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William, in our main room. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room can do the same for me. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. So, you know what? I actually got up a little bit earlier today thinking, this little movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. The last few days, I've seen some beautiful little bio pops, and of course, this is the day I didn't see any. So getting up early didn't help me at all because I was probably going to jump in. Now, I don't like these ones under $1, but a lot of these little bio pops, or even if it wasn't a bio pop, just some kind of a crazy one moving, I was going to pounce on it and probably hold it for about 15 to 20 seconds. Nothing happened though. There was not one that came through. Anyway, let's take a look at what's happening. So first of all, this Evoke, EVOK, and Denny, both buyouts, guys. Denny being bought out. Denny, I don't know if it's went private or when you hire a company announced will be acquired by a group led by Triartisan Capital Advisors. So that's it. No more Denny's trading. And the same with the Evoke, EVOK being bought out also. NFE, this is an earnings play, actually. Yeah, NFE is an earnings play of 45% on earnings. But when you look left, to me, there's all sorts of little roadblocks. Now, Palantir, that's the big one from after hours yesterday. And, we were talking about this one and how it looked like it was being bid up ahead of earnings and down 8%, down 8%. So if you thought that Palantir was going to continue to move down, just give me one moment, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So Palantir. So if you thought Palantir was going to continue to move down, you could always buy PLTZ. Okay, PLTZ. This is a two-timer ETF for Palantir. It's a bear, of course. So you could buy this if you thought Palantir was going to keep moving down. Plenty of volume. Look at that, 5.5 million. So very liquid. But remember, it's a two-timer. So if Palantir decides it wants to bounce, say it bounces 1%, this is going to go down 2%. So just so you're aware of what this means by a two-time short ETF. And that's good for people who either A, can't short stocks or don't want to short stocks for some reason. And you can buy this. And it's the same idea of shorting Palantir if you thought it was going to continue to move down. All right. Yeah. So SCNX. Now that did show up on my on this, but yeah, it's over $1 now. I guess I could have taken it, but I was looking for something more in the $2 to $4 range. This didn't happen. So the high of a couple of days ago was $1.10, and after that $1.20, and after that $1.40. So I suppose if it really gets going, that's the addition of Arbly to formularies of national health plans. Okay. Sorry, guys, your health plans confound the heck out of me. Hertz is an earnings play. HTZ, don't see it here anymore, but it is an earnings play. I think they said they made their first profit in 2 years. Yeah, Hertz surges after first profit in 2 years on fleet overhaul cost cuts. I'm not alone. All right, I'm hearing VITL, earnings play, VITL, so kind of bucking the trend. VITL is an earnings play and coming into the 200 moving average. Now, with what the market is doing right now, I mean, the market, pretty big gap down so far, eight points. On a percentage basis, it's not horrible, but it is an 8-point drop so far on the SPY. Who knows? Maybe it'll turn into my favorite day, a gap down and then a recovery for at least a while. Turn from yesterday's guys. Is it still? Yeah, it's not bad still, up 9%. This is a beauty from yesterday from RAI actually, and got up to what 16 something, 1620. Closed down here. Goes down here at 14. So it's still, a second day continuation. Meanwhile, Bitcoin, man, Bitcoin 103,000 now, 103,000. Well, a little under 104,000, down 2,700 today. Does it? I don't know. What do you think, Ozzy? I mean, the market is just, yeah, I mean, the market is, retail's a big part of the market, obviously. So, iHeart, yeah, reports that they're in talks to license video podcast to Netflix. That was that's, it's not nothing. It's a rumor, not confirmed by Netflix or anything like that. So, but that is the reason for the jump in iHeart Media, IHRT. Take a look at CIFR. Cipher, well, it was a big one from yesterday. It did, well, it had a big pop. Got up to 25.23 and closed down here at 22, low of 21. Not really much to talk about. A lot of volume, though. There is a lot of volume. And they're doing a financing. Wow, big one, 1.4 billion. So they're doing a financing. Well, I guess I could have taken the SCNX. I saw it down here. I think it was alerted at 76 cents. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could have taken it. So the next high now is 144. Well, anything is a potential short. I mean, it depends on what the market's going to do. I mean, anything is a potential short, I guess. And today, the market's going to continue down, and they've done a financing. So, I mean, there's not a great news. Well, they had good news yesterday, but didn't really hold the highs. And now they've done a financing. So I suppose, sure, could be a potential short underneath that whole number of 21. The next low looking left is 1853. Saw somebody talking about Uber this morning. Uber, is it an earnings play? Yeah, it is an earnings play. Okay, so Uber, yeah, Uber's down also on earnings. Let's see now, 91. Looks like 91.45 or so could be a bit of a support area. Could be. William, Sarepta. So Sarepta is an earnings play, but also slumps after the. So I don't think it's all about earnings. I think it's about this. They're after approved muscle disorder drugs fail con, confirmatory trial. Confirmatory trial. Okay, so this is. I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at Sarepta, SRPT. I know it's an earnings play, but I don't think it's. I don't think it's down because of earnings. I think it's down because of obviously that news. So there's that PLTZ, guys. Again, if you think Palantir is going to keep moving down, but again, I understand. I'm not telling you to buy this. It's just an option. If you wanted to short Palantir, you could buy this PLTZ. CAT. What's happening with CAPT? CAT division. This is one of these ones under $1. They're moving. This is extension granted by NASDAQ to regain compliance. Okay. Got to get that share price over $1. Probably do a reverse split. Hims is earnings play. Okay, I didn't see it. Wild ride on Hims over the last while. Yeah, Hims is an earnings play. Yeah, up a little. Well, okay, it's got to get through that 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 46.48, so a little bit below it right now. I have my doubts about this one. I mean, well, maybe if the market was strong today, but I don't know. It's come from $65 down to 43 in what, 3 weeks? Well, and again, I mean, if the market continues to be weak, unless we have a nice rally, and we could, I don't mean a rally, get back all that 7.5 points. We're down in the SPY, but just, a base and then, maybe an hour of a move up. We might get a lot of good little bounce plays for stocks that are not down for any other reason other than the market being down. In other words, it's not because of an earnings play or some bad news. Isn't there an ETF for that one also? It's a reptile. Maybe not. Maybe there's no ETF for Sarepta. I'm surprised. Hmm. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. It's such a stock that is been so actively traded over the last couple of years. Anyway, well, even before that, SRPU really? You are right, but well, it's okay. I mean, 55. It's pretty new. It's pretty new. A couple of weeks ago. Now that's the long version. Is there a short version? In case you wanted to short Sarepta and buy the Of course, if you thought Sarepta's going to bounce, you could buy this. Well, Malik, how come Palantir dropped so much? Earnings were not that bad. I don't know. I didn't read anything other than obviously I knew it was an earnings play. Maybe they guided poorly. Don't know. Yeah, even despite a strong revenue forecast, I don't know. I mean, there's no. Sometimes you can't. No rhyme or reason for some of these. Maybe just strong profit take. I don't know. Must be there's got to be some reason other than because you're right. It looks like it should be. I thought it might have been guiding poorly, but they seem to be guiding not badly. Or maybe they're not guiding as strongly as analysts want. There's all sorts of things factoring in, I suppose. So there you go. As William says, Palantir trades at a forward price to earnings ratio of 221. So they don't blow that number out of the water. They should sell off. So yeah, everything was positive, but not positive enough, I guess. All right, guys, 916. So the market, let me take a look now at our sectors that are seriously looking at maybe, okay, there's the energy sector ETF, the main one anyway, XLE. Again, getting closer to that 200-day moving average, getting closer. Retail was getting close. Yeah, it's getting closer and closer, that green line. That's the 200-day moving average. Staples, though, I'm sure is just getting clobbered. Yeah, still moving away. There's that 200-day moving average. Still moving away from that 200-day moving average. I think materials was the other one that was, yeah, so we've got materials moving away also. So we've got two of the major sectors underneath the 200-day moving average. Take a look at financials. Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get these 200-day moving averages starting to get closer and closer to, which makes sense. I mean, they've been rising and rising and rising. So if any sort of fall, ABP, shoot, I think I've missed this one. Yeah, this is kind of looking for this one. This is one that I may have. I kept hearing it, but I didn't check it. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The only news I see, I mean, okay, they're going to present preclinical data at some conference, I guess. It was a split yesterday, really. ABP was a split yesterday. Hmm. Well, they've done the right thing then. Do your reverse split and then come up with any sort of news. Not shortable for me, though. So, and not partake in this more than likely sell off. Yeah, our provider's got it right. We've got 1.69 million now, Obi. So, yeah, so okay, so looking at the SPY, there is the VWAP, that purple line, and hanging around the VWAP makes sense. All the volume is around this area, but little poke through. Little bit of a poke through. Let's see if they can continue. I'm going to put a price alert right here. This is the sort of high in this area, 677, 5. Yeah, there we go. See if it takes out this little high here, and maybe we'll get a bit of a rally. I see the article you're talking about, Ty. Yeah, Michael Burry buys puts on Nvidia and Palantir. Goldman trying to prop it. What are they saying? 188? Well, it's right there. Okay. Coverage neutral and a target of 188. Some have got higher targets. Davidson raising it from 170 to 215. Yeah, there were shorts for me too. Shoot. Yeah, ARTL. No kidding on today's pump and dump, Hermes. I didn't see it. Yeah, there were shorts. Yeah, 43,000. What a great short. If you got in around even a break of five. So, I mean, there's a possibility. What time is it now? 9:22. Okay, I'm going to get the layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So, give me a moment here. All right. So, one other thing I want to do, just get the top six. These are the top six. Okay. Remember, Evoke and Denny, a couple of bios. So, forget about them. So, yesterday, I don't usually, as you probably know, you've heard me say this a million times, I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes, but I've been seeing this in this movers to the upside, downside. Right off the bat, if I can see one that makes sense with room, like the quadruple U yesterday, took it, was a short, got about 30 or 40 cents on it, but it's a quick trade. It's going to be a very, very quick trade. And I don't know if I'm going to see anything. I'll see something coming through, whether I take the trade or not. That was another thing, but I don't share my layout, Mal, but I can show. But what you see here, I'm sharing, so you can have that. And pick and choose what you want. So on my home page, so if you click on my homepage link and so click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see the scan section right here. Okay, and I have other things that you don't see. I don't have them. I don't have them running up and running though, but I do have other scans that I'm not using, but you can take a look at. But here is the movers to the. This is what I really pay attention to now. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Right here. This is the. This is two races. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, and then then a version of it. but looking at large cap stocks, okay, down here, which is right here, and then the halts resume. So you can pick and choose what you want. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. This pre-market actives up is it's this one, except just the top six. But I have other scans that I am sharing. I do not have them up and running, but I am sharing them. You can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the abnormal, the combo Pepe scan, okay? But I really pay attention to this movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. That's my go-to right now. So anything in here that I didn't talk about, I don't think I talked about TCMD. TCMD, let's see what it's doing. All right, well, tactile systems, okay. You won't see any news other than Piper Sandler raised to 32 from 20. Well, okay, couple. Piper Sandler's raising their target from 14 to 20, so that's there. And then Lake Street raising it to 32. Not that they're going to get there. Question in the YouTube room: does the Holly AI show you exactly when to buy? I would say I don't look at it like that. It's a watch list, okay? So you'll get an alert and you'll have an alert, but in my opinion, it doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately. Okay, I never do that. What I'll always do is click on the alert, check what I see on the charts, and if I like it, then I'll take the trade. So, so even if it's moved 5 or 6 cents, from if I do a little work like that, it's not the end of the world. Okay. But you get a real-time alert. The AI does not start working until at least 9:40. So if you have, that was at 9:27. So if you've got our AI, this is what I would do. Okay, this is how I would monitor it. So if you click on new from the toolbar, and then there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. Notice it's blank. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40, and that's by design. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest. The other thing I would do in this little filter box, more than likely, it'll be checked profitable. Uncheck it. You should, in my opinion, you want to see the trades all day long, whether they're profitable or not. Sometimes, you'll get an alert. It might be early. It may not be profitable, but it's setting up at a lower price or a re-entry price. So I would absolutely get rid of if it's checked profitable trades, uncheck it. I would want to see it all day long. Okay. All right, guys, we've got about a minute to the 9:30 open, so let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, they say I usually don't trade in the first 15. I'll have to see what happens in this compare count window, though. And get rid of this. Yeah, everything is down. SPY is down 7.2. All right, guys, we're now open. So let me see if there's anything coming through here that I might like. Now the cruisers are being dragged down because of NCLH. NCLH had earnings, and not unlike what happened last week with RCL, and the cruisers were being dragged down. Cruisers meaning the cruise lines. So CCL, Carnival, RCL, NCLH, even Viking. I want to see Viking. Viking is river cruises, so they're not exactly the same, but my guess is that they're going to be hit hard also. Yeah, they're down also. They don't have earnings until the end of the month. All right. Well, here's the HIMS. The HIMS is an earnings play, HIMS. It is an earnings play. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Well, Churn is on the move. Churn is, yeah, Churn is a continuation play. So it actually got above yesterday's high. Okay, 1629 got above yesterday's high. Had a big day yesterday, obviously. It was an AI play from us also. A lot of red here, guys. A lot of red. Like yesterday, NUVB. Somebody, here's the turn. Somebody was asking in the room yesterday what they thought about holding NUVB. It's an earnings play. As I was leaving the room, I noticed, I don't know if anybody answered. I personally never hold anything through earnings. That's just something I just don't do. Palantir would have been a good example. If you'd seen the Palantir release before, you would have looked at that and gone, yeah, okay, this looks great. And look what happened. All right, AUPH guys. Okay, this one is kind of it ran a little too much for me though. AUPH, this would have been a candidate, but it just ran a little too quickly for a quick trade for me. Interesting. Yeah, so Bitcoin. Wow, look at Bitcoin down 3,300. I mean, it's challenging 100. I mean, it's 103,000 now. You can see Mara and Riot coming through here. Mara, let's see, the next low looking left. Well, it's got room, obviously. 1635 is the next low on a daily chart. Look at the SPY guys. No respite so far. Now we're down 8. So no respite so far. That looked like, okay, maybe we're going to have a little bounce here, but nope. This is the opening 5-minute bar, wiping all this out. So the market, as we speak, Dow's down 400, SPY's down 8, Qs are down 10. Well, and there's Palantir obviously is moving down, guys, because I have PLTZ on my other thumbnail. And guess what's happening to it? So remember, now if you think Palantir is going to be moving down, you can buy this one. It will double the move, coming into maybe some resistance, 627. Boy, the Cure got slapped down. QURE really got slapped down. An interesting day yesterday. Had a nice recovery. But all the way it was down at 22. It closed up here at 34. Um, bad, it was bad news, which caused the drop down. But it did have a great bounce. Boy, these quants, I mean, they're just look at this 2582. Not that long ago. When was this? This was beginning about a month ago. 2582 down to 14 now. Return is turn is really so Rept is having a bounce. I say today like this in a lot. 89% red here, guys. Red coming through. Makes sense. Meanwhile, okay, a little bit of now maybe recovery now. And I'm just always checking where the SPY is with respect to the VWAP. All right, KXIN had a great 2 days ahead of today. 84 cents on Friday. I don't really recall seeing this one yesterday. A great 3 day run so far for KXIN. Well, resumed. It got halted on the way up. It resumed. DCTK. Okay, let's take a look at MYGN. Another halt here, guys. MYGN halted on the way down. Boy, turn. No stopping it. That was the one right from the get go. So you can see this is an example of an alpha stock right now. Anyway, doesn't care what the market's doing. Oh, look at Sarepta. Great bounce for Sarepta. Almost a $2 bounce from 15 up to 17. Now it's an earnings play, but it's not really all about earnings. It's about their drug failure. This is their news slumping after their drug fails confirmatory trial. But that's not stopping this bounce. Still down 30%. I'd love to take this short, but I CDE. Looking left to me, it's too close. These next lows. Silver play basically, or precious metal play. Wow, turn. Well, where could this go? I mean, weekly high, can't see anything. So let me go to a monthly high. Where could this go? Next high on a monthly chart is, I remember seeing this yesterday. Yeah, $20 approximately. I think it's getting there, of course. But now there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers around a little over 300,000. The silver play, EXK, another silver play. Again, looking left, too much potential support. This one, this one was a big one yesterday. I saw this is SY. Yeah, look at the day it had yesterday. But again, coming into a lot of potential resistance. Well, Hertz has got a little bit of room. If it takes out 620, then it's got a lot more room. Now, this one we saw in the pre-market, and this is just ripping now. This TCMD. Oh yeah, this is the one that Lake has raised their price target to 32 from 23.50. Pretty onerous spread though, guys. 39.70. That's a pretty tough spread too. I mean, it's tightening up a little bit, but morning, Andrea. Andrea, in our YouTube room. Andrea, I mean, my scanner had lots in it. Now ABP, let me take a look at ABP. Now, so the reason you wouldn't have seen it, okay, probably, I've cut it off to the top 15, okay, percentage wise, and notice this. And so that's one. I mean, if you want to add more tickers to it, you can do it. So I'll show you how you can do it. I've just cut it off to the top 15, and ABP would not have made the top 15 as an example. Okay, but when you say it didn't report anything this morning, you're talking specific. I'm talking to Andrea in our YouTube here. You're talking specifically about ABP, right? Because you would have seen a lot of stocks. Again, if you scroll down, if you're just interested in the ones that are up, you're down here. So open the scan, and this still works. It doesn't stop when at 9:30. Now the display is a little bit different, okay? I like having it as a actually, stocks were in here. Ah, so this is a little bit different from what I use, okay. Sometimes it's a sorting feature. Let me do it by price. I'm just gonna sort by price. Sometimes I've never liked this. All right, let me see if I can see ADP anywhere now. Well, then there's something wrong. This should you I mean, this is what you should have seen because I don't have relative volume in here. Yeah, I don't have relative volume in here. You should have seen like a grid as opposed to the tree map version of it. But I mean, you should have seen a whole bunch. You should have seen all these stocks. Make sure the only thing I can think of is did you accidentally, you see, it's got to say live always, okay? But live always as opposed to live during market hours. Because if you have live during market hours, yeah, it won't start. Really? Do you know how to send me a cloud link? Oh, you can't send it in YouTube. Well, it's hard to. I don't know. How about right now? Do you have it up and running right now? Because it still works, once after 9:30. Are you saying this is blank? Now here it is. Here it is. And would you load it for me, please? Okay. Load that link. I just put the link in. This is the link I'm using. Why it would be blank for you, I don't know. But if you load that link that I just put in, because that's this link right here. Oh, guys. Okay. Wow, we're having a bounce. We're having a bounce. Look at the SPY. There we go. Took out that high right there. So now bounce plays should be in vogue right now, especially as stocks that are not down for any other reason other than the market was down. I don't know how to help you. Honestly, don't. If you took this link, you can see what I'm looking at, and how can it be empty? Do you at least get this up here? Pre-market actives up, like at least like what when you say empty, can you come into the main room because you can't put your link in. You can't put the link in. I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. I mean, this is pretty standard link. There's no filters in here that's going to prevent anything from happening. Okay. I mean, there's nothing in here. I should get rid of this RSI. It makes no difference at all. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, yeah, you're using the desktop version, right, Andrea? You have a toolbar that looks like this and all. You're not using the web-based, not that it, well, we're not supporting the web-based version at all, but if you click on my homepage link, show you where you can get into the main room. Okay, click on my homepage link and you see where it says trading room right here. Click on that, then you can get into the main room. Then you can give me your link. I want to see that link. Okay, okay. So you're using the desktop version. Okay, so come into the room. Here it is, trading room right there. Okay. And then you can put your cloud link in. I'll load it and I'll see what I get on my end. All right, guys. Time is it now? 9:52. Probably missed some nice bounces here. Cypher had a nice bounce. It's shaken off that financing. Nice. Wow. Hertz was a nice one from our AI guys. 599 on the alert, 638 now. Remember, I said if you can get over 621, then it's got a lot of room to 677. Not saying it's getting there, but it's certainly okay. Well, then put your cloud link in and I can take a look at it. Okay, Andrea? Andrea, put your cloud link in and I'll take a look at it. I'll load it on my end. All right. Now this one really still, well, I mean, the spread is can be an issue. 1137 is an issue right now. Yes, it does tighten, but then it expands. So boy, I mean, it's interesting. It's, this okay. This is IREN. So here's a two-time long for like even this one has an ETF for it. What's the volume? A good volume too, 1.7 million. This is an ETF, a two-timer. So if you think IREN is going to move higher, this is a two-timer of it. MTSR halted because of extraordinary events. Received amended. Oh, I see. So, boy, there's a real bidding war. There's a real bidding war going on for this one, isn't there? You remember this? They were going to be bought by Novo, I think, right here. And then who came in and said just 2 days ago, 3 days ago, Was it Pfizer or Lilly or one of the big ones? Pfizer, yeah. So Pfizer came in and said, "Hey, we want you." And now so Novo, so that's boy, as a shareholder, that's what you want. A little bidding war for your company. Okay, let me see what it looks like. Okay, so I load it and this is what I get. Now it's a tough one. I just loaded your link and this is what I see. I don't know how it can be blank for you. I just loaded your link, Andrea. I mean, this is what I just loaded it and this is what I have. I mean, that's weird. I don't know how to help you. I don't know if Pepe's in the room, but I have no idea how it could be blank. Do you have the only other thing is, do you have a green ball, or is it red, or is it orange? Can you see that what I'm pointing at here to make sure you are actually signed in? Is it a green ball? Okay, now, did you just sign up yesterday by any chance? Sometimes people don't fill in or have you? Sometimes people don't fill in the agreement correctly for Nasdaq and New York and all that, and they think they have, and even though the ball is green, did you like how long have you had trade ideas, Andrea? Okay, I have a feeling that you haven't completed the exchange agreements correctly. That's my because that can happen. And even though you got a green ball, you're not going to get any data. So this is what I would do. Okay, I can't look at your account. I don't have access to people's accounts. But if you go to info at trade-ideas.com, I just typed it in, okay? And the accounting people, there are people there, and just say, hey, and give them your email address that you use to sign up. Now, Pepe has put the exchange agreements up. Here is the link for them. We're surmising that might be the reason, but they'll also be able to tell you if you've signed them correctly. Everybody has to sign these agreements that's what the exchanges want from us, because if you're, I and 99.9% of our customers are not traders with a license and all. But if you were, you'd have to pay the exchanges another fee, and so the exchanges force us to get people to say yeah or no, and we have to do it every year. You guys have to do that. It's not just a one-off. It used to be, but every year on your sign-up date. Yeah, it's more than likely that's the reason, okay? If you go well, you see this website, right? He There's the exchange agreements, okay? You could sign up on there, but you can go to info at trade-ideas.com. That's our email address, and just say, "I can't log in. This is my email address. I just started yesterday. Can you help?" Something like that. So somebody will look at your subscription, okay? But it's more than likely, okay, more than likely that that's the reason, that you have not filled out the exchange agreements correctly. Let me know, okay? All right. Well, haven't done anything. Wow, boy, Hertz was an awesome one. Hertz was an awesome, awesome one from our AI guys. Only 3 alerts today, and but Hertz, wow. They'll give you Pepe's got the link. This is the link that you would use, okay? But they'll send you a link, and it'll be and you just have to answer some questions. Are you a licensed trader? No. Are you this? No. Are you that? No. Okay. And believe me, we don't want to do this, but it's not just us. Every brokerage platform, anybody that has real time data has to do that with all their customers. What Well, on their anniversary. So you'll have this, next year. Also, the same thing. You'll get an email from us just to confirm. All right, guys. Well, I've done nothing. So let me go over my homepage and all the information you can find on it, including all these, not scans so much, but the information you see on this monitor that I'm sharing. It's just semantics. We're not calling, they're not technically, none of these are, well, I guess this is a scan. It's an alert window. All right, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top on this side. I checked this morning and the promo code is still working. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 25% off using my promo code, Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you're talking standard subscription or the premium subscription, okay? And remember, it doesn't, it's 25% off the first month only. All I ask, if you do take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep the 2 rooms free, the YouTube room that I moderate and also the main room. The company tracks all these promo codes, so if they see my code being used enough, they'll keep the rooms free. Now, first of all, if you're new to the rooms, the YouTube room or the main room, welcome. This is the format. So Mondays to Fridays, the main room, this is what I call the main room right here, the trading room. That gets open at around 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, of course. And I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. And why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone does not permit me to open the room at 3:45 my time. So Obi in the YouTube in our main room, that's what he does. I usually go to at least 2 o'clock, 2 to 2:30 Eastern time. I'll always stay later though if there are questions. But when I do leave though, most of the time, William in the main room will keep the room open after I leave. And sometimes all the way to 4 o'clock, depending on what sort of earnings plays there are at 4 o'clock. So that'll be up to him. So for those of you in YouTube, you can stay there. But if you're looking for a more active room with more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into what I call the main room, okay, the trading room. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But again, if you're looking for interaction amongst other traders, this is a better room to be in, okay? And it's free. If you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the bottom, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. The Trade of the Week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Trades of the week are designed for longer term trades. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. Now, if you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you click on my homepage link, next thing to do is to click on the education section, click on the more info, and scroll down a little bit. Getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos that will get you started, okay? And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is it something you might want to try? I would start off with the second video and go to the end. Again, very short videos. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 videos for those of you who are new to trading. It's all free. Last, if you're looking for the information that you see on this monitor, and you're up at the top here, scroll down, and here, click on that scan section. So, biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, the large cap version, is up here. This is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Two competing scans. And this is what I use in the pre-market. And yes, there is data. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Here is the halts resumes over here. And here are 3 more scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. I mean, you shouldn't take a look at them though. At some point in the future, I may bring one back. Doesn't mean they're bad because I don't have them up and running. It just, I'm concentrating more on this one right here. So there's a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then what we call the Pepe combo scan. So any questions about this? You can ask me questions all day long. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. I'll do my best to answer questions. If it's an accounting type question, so I will have to send you to our accounting people. So when you say the website, you're talking about this. So you're not talking about the website version. You're talking about. You know what I want to do? If you give me your email address, okay, don't put it in here. I'm going to send you a message, okay, a private message. Give me your email address, please. I'm going to start a private chat with you, okay? I just typed in test. Do not put your email in the main room. Just give me your email address. I just want to make sure that the email address that you're using to sign up with us. Okay. Give me a moment. Oops. Okay, I've just contacted them with your email address, okay? So hopefully they can take a harder look at your account, okay? And believe me, once you get started, you want to go through this every day, okay? Okay, now let me see if there's anything I can do. A little late on everything right now. Hims, yeah, I mean, I was a little skeptical, but with this market bounce, it's probably being helped along. It is an earnings play though, so it's trading on its own. So they sent you a link, you just have to fill it in, okay? He said they sent you a link, and you just click on the link, and I think you just have to fill it in, Andrea, okay? And it should be the same link that Pepe put above you, okay? You just fill it in. I mean, it's gonna ask you, like, "Are you a licensed trader? Yes, no. No. Ah, you need your username and password." But if they send you the link, on, Pepe, if they send you a link, is it a general link, or is it's not just a link with that person's, account management? Okay, you're signing the agreement. Good, okay. Okay. Well, I guess they tried to help you yesterday too. Okay. Hopefully this is all gonna work for you now, okay? Okay, Cure. Shall I shake this short here for Cure? Qure. Underneath the whole number, 22. Wow, there's oh, look at this room. Boy, guys, I mean, this is a very tempting looking short for Cure, Qure. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP, obviously, but it's all about the room it's got. Yesterday got down to a little less than 23. So I mean, there's a ton of room underneath. And I mean, for the reason it got hit yesterday, it's still in effect. It's not like it all disappeared. Keep an eye on the Cure. I am just watching. So, what I'm going to do is put a price alert around 28.77. Want to see it give up 29 again? It may not. It looks like it's trying to bounce now. Yeah, Hertz has been. I mean, I don't. Well, not out of nowhere. I mean, it's an earnings play, and they said first profit in 2 years. HTZ. Oh, not just the fact that it's an earnings play, but kind of an eye-catching headline that it's the first profit in 2 years. There's Dupont here, guys. DD, but after the spin-off. So this is not like a gigantic drop. Okay, they spun off, and the new company is Q. See what Q is doing today. So DD. So the high yesterday was 34.85. So yeah, so a little bit of again, we can't look at this and say, well, that's the room. Maybe keep an eye on CIFR, guys. It had the drop and then the nice bounce. They're doing a financing. It's over the whole number. I missed it. I just missed it. I was trying to get it at 19, and it was hanging there at 19, but I just missed it. The next high looking left is 25.17. So obviously there's room. Not saying it's going to get there, but all right. Boy, I've got to start looking at some of these now, guys. I know I've missed a bunch. Even the DD, even the DD, not even. That was a great move. About 50 cents since I just started looking at it. Look at the two here. Here's the cipher and the hertz. Now, how about pay? If pay is going to give us something here. Earnings play. Pay is an earnings play. Coming. Look at that high right there, 35.97. So there is that. 35.69 actually is the next high looking left. Too close. What do I say about Beyond Meat? I saw some news about it this morning. Something about not much, but I thought I saw some negative news about it this morning. Yeah, I mean it's up a penny. So I mean the next well there it is. Next high is 173. So I mean I guess if the memers get a hold of it again for a while, I guess it could move. But I did see some news now. Okay, is this yesterday's news? This says 10:22 and it's only 10:19. Beyond Meat launches Beyond Burgers at Hard Rock Cafe. Oh, that should be 9:22. It hasn't taken into account the switch, the time zone. You want my guys? Okay, you can come back in, okay, Andrea? We don't have to keep doing this, private message. I'll do it here, but you can come back into the room. But this is my homepage link, and go scroll down a bit, go to the scan section, and you'll see pre-market actives up, if you just care about the market actives up, okay? But you can come back into the room now. I just didn't want you to, display your email address to everybody. Okay, guys. Now turn TERN is holding 18 and trying to bounce off 18, holding the VWAP, cloud wave up. Now the ball is red. Okay, so okay, have you logged in correctly? Do you know if you've logged in correctly with your proper username and password? And it's like any other software program, it's got it can be very finicky unless you log in correctly. Not finicky. I mean, it's just the way most programs work. So I don't know if you've logged in correctly. And you haven't gone to our website version also, have you? You can only be in one version at a time. I'm just going to say, yeah, Pep, make sure if you you can find where the okay, so find that other what that means is you've probably logged into the website also. You have to exit that, okay? Maybe go to your browser and find because you cannot be logged into the software in two different areas. Look at Cipher now, guys. Cipher, CIFR. And then as Pepe is saying, hit the see where you have account, reset connection, hit it a few times. But you got to get out of the website. You're probably in the website. Hey, DD was from our AI also. All right, I'm kind of liking it, guys. I like it the way it's holding over 36. People might be looking at this going, oh my gosh, look at the gap fill. All right, well, let's see if this has a run in it. Chasing it a bit, but it's over that whole number, and I'm looking at people maybe looking at this and thinking, okay, it's going to fill this gap. Even Sarepta, guys. Sarepta is at almost at the high of the day. Tremendous bounce. SRPT. Okay, and I don't know what to expect, to be honest. I mean, something like this, I don't know what to expect, but because I mean, I recognize it's kind of it's pretty parabolic right now. Ruby halt, okay, and Ruby got halted. There it is. Within a minute, so Ruby got halted again. I guess it's been halted a couple of times. Great alert, though. I mean, look at that, 35.50. I mean, I'm not in it here. I wish I were, but 35.14 on the alert. Look at this alert here on Hertz, 599, 677, 13% move, a little 3% move so far now for DD. A couple of nice ones. Yay! Okay, Andre. Now, before you get all excited, do this first, okay? Now, Ruby just opened, guys. Ruby just opened. So do this first if you haven't done this first, okay? Click on my homepage link. I just put my homepage link in again. I'm going to demand that you do this first if you haven't done it. Go to the education section, click on the more info, and then if you haven't done this already, the getting started with trade ideas, please do it. 12 short videos. It'll say if you haven't done this, please do it. That'll get you understanding, what is an alert window? What is a top list window? Why would you use one over the other? Introduction to the charts and things like that, okay? It won't take you long. They're short videos. Like any other software program, there's obviously a little bit of a learning curve. And what we tried there is to, just get you started quickly. Wow, and Ruby just got, that's okay. It's okay, Andrea, but Andrea, you should learn the program a little bit, okay? It's not going to take you long. All right, DD, go. Again, I don't think it's going to be the term I use, a rocket ship, but hey, first trade of the day. So here's an example, 35.14 on the alert. I didn't get it there. I didn't even see it. Okay. Got it over 36. It's not so just because, so I don't feel like, sure, did I miss the huge move? Of course I did, but it still could have a decent move. Yes, Palantir must be bouncing because I'm looking at PLTZ and it is moving down. So Palantir must be only down about 6%. Yeah, there we go. So Palantir is having, nice one. Now, if you'd taken the PLTU, that was the way to go long. Two timers. So, okay, if you thought Palantir was going to go, but it's still pretty pricey. Notice now we're getting a lot more green in this compare count. Wow, there's room in this one, guys. Let's see if it can take out 15. This is this SNDX. 15 would be a nice number to take out. And I'll put a price alert on 1505 for SNDX. And the next high looking left, if it gets through that, would be 1579, which would not be bad. Give me a moment, Andrea. I'll help you. So you're talking about in the top list window that you now have, right? So this is an example of a race. Okay, it may or may not be something you want to try. I go over. I'll explain what in fact, I haven't done this for a while, so I'll explain what the races are all about. So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race right here, I right click, open the top list. So this is what you're talking about. When you're in a top list window, you have an option that says launch real-time stock race. That's how this gets launched. That's how the race gets launched. So let me explain, and this, not just for you, but others who might be interested in the concept of racing. So again, all races start from a top list window. So in this top list window, before we had races, a way a person would use a top list window would be to say, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes or down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you had a column header like that, you could sort on it. So that C% is the change from yesterday's close. So I can double left click and then I can sort the stocks. So these are the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close with these filters. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So obviously, if you had a different price range or something else in here, you would get maybe a different list. This list is generated because it's meeting all these filter requirements, okay? And then I sort it, and I can see the stocks that are up the most. So that's nice. But many people say to us, well, that's great, but maybe I don't want to see this. But I would not discount just because the stock is up like 45% or 115%, doesn't mean it's not going to go higher. Okay. So I would not discount that fact. But what the race does is this, and understand this is all customizable. And I'll show you in the guide where there's a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. So I'm running a 4-minute race. And again, that's customizable. So what does this 1.5% mean with the NUKK? That means that since the race started, in this list of stocks, NUKK has moved the most. It's moved 1.5% since the race started. Mimi now has taken over the top position. Now, a lot of times you'll see big percentage moves in this one. Okay. But that's what the percent means. Since the race started, that's how much the stock has moved. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And so in the number 1 position, Ruby has won 3 races. That's what that number beside the stock means. And again, eventually, and you can see there is a top 10 list. Now, some of these stocks may drop out. If a stock wins a couple of races, it might drop out. The last one may disappear. But now you can see this is up 3.7% since the race started. Has Mimi won a race before? No, it hasn't. So if it maintains DZZ, it has not won a race before. Well, it won one race. So if this holds on to this position, another minute and 20, that DZ, the one beside it, will turn to 2. So that's the concept. But what is really kind of cool about it is that the race doesn't care where the stock is in this big list of stocks. Okay, it doesn't care where it is. It doesn't have to be near the top. It could be a stock down here. MDAI has been a very active stock over the last little while. Right now, it's only up 3% from yesterday's close. What if, for some reason, it just started to move up this list? It's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%. Well, how would you know that? Well, that's what the race does for you. The race, again, doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. It just cares what is moving the most in this list of stocks, percentage-wise. So that's how you can catch something. How I would use this is You see any stock in here, click on it, see what it's doing. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. Click on anything you see here, click on it. Just see what's happening. It may be setting up for you. For instance, it says AUPH. What if you're a VWAP player, this purple line here, what if this stock was moving down? I mean, it's below it right now, but what if it was moving down into it? And you thought, man, if this holds the VWAP, act as support, it may bounce off it. It depends. You have to have some trading experience, obviously, but depending on how you look at things, you might have a moving average on the chart that if the stock was moving down into it, you might say, well, that's a moving average I'd love to see if a stock will hold it and maybe it'll bounce off it, act as support. Or in this case, maybe you're looking at this and going, okay, what if the VWAP up here blocks it from moving higher? Maybe it turns into a short. And obviously, there's all sorts of ways you can look at things. Some people don't even look at the VWAP, and that's fine. But that's the idea behind the races, okay? And again, a top 10 list is built for you. So the other thing I would do is I would click on anything that's won a race before. Just click on it, see what's happening. Look at turn right now. I mean, this is really, trying to hold the VWAP pretty nicely. The longer it holds the VWAP, the more potential that it could hold it and then move off it, pop off it. So you could put a price alert, maybe a little bit above it, or if you're looking to short it, put a little price alert below the VWAP. These are all ideas. So and the nice thing is that, it generates this list for you automatically. So it gives you a nice focus list for the day. So if you're new to trading, that's nice because, then you're not constantly being tugged in a lot of different directions. But even if you have a lot of trading experience, that, you might just like to see something like this and say, you know what, this is what I'm going to concentrate on all day long. Now this race, notice, say, look at Ruby, 47% move, 47% move, okay? You'll almost for sure not get a 47% move in this race here. This is because this is a large cap. I've added a couple of filters. You'll only see larger cap stocks in here. Doesn't mean these are bad to trade at all. It just means you're not going to get usually giant percentage moves. So if I open up this top list, notice how much smaller it is than this one. And that's because I added a couple of filters here. At the market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million, okay? Also, this little position in days range. So what that 90, if I put in here, if I put minimum of 100, that would mean the stock would be right near the high of the day, okay, right at the high of the day. So at 95, that means the stock is near the high of the day. That's on a percentage basis, and that's what I want to see. That is actually what's preventing a lot of stocks from being in here. Doesn't mean these are the only stocks all day long. Stocks will come in and out of this one, depending on if they're meeting the filter requirements. But again, a top 10 list is built for you. So if I were starting out trading, this is probably something I would pay attention to, maybe even more than this. This is wonderful if you're on the right side, but they're very volatile. I'm not saying these are not volatile at all, but they're a little easier on the nerves, in my opinion. Well, that's the idea of the races, okay? So you could take my top list that I sent to you. Now, you might want to do this, though. It's up to you, Andrea, and anybody else. I didn't realize it. I really should revamp. I should really create two more. So you can limit the number of stocks you see. And why that's good is that if I create a show a tree map here, I mean, look how many stocks there are. I mean, it's to me, it's pretty messy looking. I mean, it's up to you. It's completely up to you. So in the top list window, if you go to time frame, scroll, you right click on it, go to time frame, and then you see where it says set record count. I've got 50 here. You could, in the top list window that I use in the pre-market, I've set it to 15. I only see the top 15. But it's up to you. But that's how you can control it. Yeah, so $1.80. Okay, Steve. So this is I haven't shown this. I don't think I've shown this screen, this window today. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So what happens with this is that when a stock gets halted, I see the halt price. This is Ruby. I don't know. Sometimes you don't see the symbol, but this is Ruby, RUBI. And then this column is trying to show you where it could open. Okay, and you'll see that usually they are 5-minute halts. In this case, this is, so if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:44 plus 11 seconds. So say about 11 seconds from now, I'll hold it right here. Doesn't have to open at 178. Now, if you're in this one, what you would like to see, though, is a number higher than the halt price, but can't control it. There you go. You see how it opened lower. Okay. And that's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys. So DD was good for a while. Well, let's see if there's anything else that, how about good? Now, this one is pretty interesting to me. Why? Because it's underneath the whole number. Yeah, underneath the whole number. Not a lot of volume. The spread is fine, only a penny. And before I do anything, though, I want to check the monthly chart. Where could it go? Or it hits any sort of support. I can't see anything. This is, so there's 1084. So what I would do is I would put a price alert maybe around 1080, just to see if we can take that out right here. Because then the next low is back in 2020. I don't care about that. Okay. I don't care about that. And even if I did, that's, that's far enough away. So at least I'm getting them again. I'm getting it. Stupidly had that don't don't alert every 1 minute. Or I can't believe I had that on there. Any news? Well, it's an earnings play. Okay, so this is so it does have some news. It's an earnings play. Good is an earnings play. All right, guys. I mean, this could turn out to be boring as anything, even if I get my alert. But sometimes boring is good. Well, meanwhile, I'll take a look at something else. All right, so the markets had a beautiful run from what time was that? That was at 9:35. Actually, a beautiful run, little jog here from 9:35 all the way up to so almost an hour. Now, though, we'll have to wait and see what happens, see if this red bar continues, and we start getting a series of red bars. So you cannot get an audio alert on topless windows, Andrea. Okay, you cannot get an audio alert. It has to be on an alert window. Okay. But if you configured something yesterday on an alert window, then it is, well, I'll show you how. So this is an alert window. So you can put audio alerts on an alert window. If you have the AI, I don't know if you have the AI on our AI. And also on the price alerts window. Okay, the price alerts. So here's those are where you can put audio alerts. So I just got an audio alert right there for CCTG. So how do you do that? You right click, and that's again for an alert window or the price alert window, or if you have our AI or AI, and you go down to properties and actions, and then you check the play sound and you set up the sound. Now you can have a couple text to voice, so text to speech. So if you want the symbol read out, you can have a male one. So the whole idea of sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on your different windows. Obviously, you don't want to have the same sound alert on each window because when you hear a sound, you won't know which window to look at. Okay, so you can have one male, you can have one female if you want, or you don't have to do that. Or if you click on use custom sound and then select the sound, we have folders here. Mad Money, voice number one. You click on and in each folder, there are some sound alerts. So what you can do is, let's say you look at gong, you click on it, so you highlight it, you open it, you play it. If you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and it gets attached. Now all this is in the guide, okay? So let me show you where it is in the guide. Well, you can do that, but it has to be an alert window that you're creating, Andrea. It's not you can't use a top list window to get a sound alert. There's like the top list is different. If you know, it's just ranking things. You know, show me stocks near the high of the day. Doesn't mean that the stock is not. Sorry, show me the stocks up the most today. Doesn't mean the stock is near the high of the day. It could be anywhere. You so if you want it, you have to create an alert window with your parameters. What are your parameters? And again, on my homepage, just a direct and anybody listening, you know, because I don't expect anybody to remember all this. You know, some of this it's not complicated, but I mean, you know, there are a lot of steps, and you can only do it once in a blue moon, you'll forget. So if you go to the education section, and at the top here is our user guide. So when I went over stock racing, here it is. Here's TI stock racing, and then here's sound alerts. All that I went over is right here. No, that's why I want you to go to the, you know, you should at least take a look at the second video, Andrea, if you haven't. You know, you're the concept of an alert window. Let me show you one. I don't have one. I don't have one up and running. Just want to show you an active one. So this is an example of an alert window. Okay. And here's what you would do. Now, like I'm getting sound alerts. I'm getting sound alerts every time I'm seeing a ticker. I just wanted to create this. I would never use this. I mean, it's way too active. But this is what you want to do is you can and this when you say do you have to specify the ticker name? No, of course not. What's happening here is these stocks are showing up because the stock is between $1 and $70. The volume is at least 400,000 shares, and it's either making a new high or a new low. A new high would be in green, new low would be in yellow. Okay, so you create the the event. So when you say your parameters, what are your parameters? You have a price range you want. You have a minimum volume that you want. Other filters that you want. Those are your parameters, and then you have what's called a trigger. What do you want to see if everything is met? A new high for the day, a new low for the day, things like that. If you're looking for stocks like low float stocks, we've got a float filter, but you create your own. We have we stock with a high short float percent. So and then the float itself, you can minimize the float, a high short float percent. Like you customize it. So no, you're not inputting. These are all automatically being generated because they're meeting the filter requirements. Pretty good. But this is a super active, the way I've got it right now, this is super active. I don't have very many filters in here. And I've just color coordinated it the way I want to see things. Yellow, yellow down, green up. And that's why I call a basic new highs and lows because it's just going to show me without many filters, stocks making new highs and new lows. So you can understand then the filters are so key because you do not want to get overwhelmed with alerts. If I just said, well, show me stocks making new highs or new lows of the day. I mean, in fact, I don't even know what would happen because I mean, it would be going every half nanosecond over and over and over and over and over and over again. So that's the whole idea of putting filters. You have a price range you want to see, minimum volume that you want. Add some filters in order to control how many things you're getting in your alert window. Okay, that's for everybody, not just you. All right, guys. Well, that was the start of something down. Now let's see if that VWAP holds it. Okay, there's the VWAP for the SPY right around 677. So I'm going to put in a price alert to see whether or not that holds it in that area. So we had a nice run, a very nice run. And we were down about 8 points here, and then yeah. So you go to my homepage, Andrea. Go to my homepage. Okay, click on my homepage link. and then scroll down until you see the education section. Okay, right here. And then here's the user guide. Click on the user guide, and you'll see sound alerts. Expand it a bit. Sound alerts are here. Okay. The reason I do it this way is I'd be copying and pasting links all day long. So I'd rather just direct people to the user guide. And there's other things in here you might want to take a look at some point. You don't have to learn everything in the user guide. Okay. But I also would look at here, the alerts and filters. Okay, alerts and filters right here. I say this to everybody. It's a software program, Everybody should do yourself a favor, not just you, Andrea, but anybody listening to me. Do yourself a favor. I know that we don't want to spend any time learning anything. We want to be able to go immediately, but it is a software program. And what we've tried to do is create the videos that can get you started. Not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it should get you started to understand that certainly, what is a top list and what is an alert window. Why would you use one over the other? Okay, guys, it is now, wow, it's been a fast morning. 11:59 now. Sorry, 11:50. I wish. Okay, now here's one that could get really interesting. Sandex. We looked at the monthly chart, and up here is 70, but I think on the daily chart, we've got room to about 1570, 1580. Okay, so we click on the alert in the price alert window. And price alerts, guys. I mean, if you're not using price alerts, I think I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Okay, because when you see something and you think, you know what, if the stock gets to this price, I want to know about it. It doesn't absolutely mean you want to take the trade right there, but it's so simple to use our price alert. And you see what happens. The price alert window pops up on the screen. And so if I want to put a price alert underneath, I just eyeball it. You see there's a little dotted line that's following us around. If I want to put a price alert at say 1493, I right click, create the price alert, and if that's where I want, I just save it. That's it. So what I'm trying to do, I want to trigger it to show you what I mean. See how it popped up on my screen? Okay, popped up on my screen. You cannot miss it. The best way to use the price alerts window, in my opinion, is don't have it up and running on your screen. Even if you have screen space, minimize it because then when it triggers, it'll pop up on your screen, and you can even put a sound alert on it. If you're like me, I have a headset, a wireless headset I'm using, of course, and so if I wander away from my computer, I can hear any sound. Okay, yeah, I don't think so via Perry. I don't understand what you mean. Okay, but in this case, you specify a clicker name. What are you talking about, Andrea? Just a minute, okay? I don't think so. Let me bring up a multi-strategy window. I don't think you can do it. I've never tried. I don't think so. But let me bring up a multi-strategy window. idea what this means, main scanner. Oh, I see. Wow. Okay. I don't know what that means at all. But anyway, properties, yeah, you don't get the view. Group and sort by, yeah. Don't know what you mean. In this case, you specify a ticker name. I mean, if you only want to see certain stocks, no. I didn't specify a ticker name. I assigned the scan, the sound alert. So any stock that shows up in the scan, I'll hear the sound alert. It just happened to be Sandex. Oh, okay. Okay. Now you're talking about the price alert. Well, yes, but understand what the use of a price alert is. I mean, it's because you've taken a stock like Cure, okay? Let's just say I won't use the price alert window. Let's just say, for instance, you look at this ENPH, okay? You click on it and you look at it and say, wow, okay, well, I want to know about it if it gets to a little bit above the high of yesterday, which is what, 29, 30.48. So you put a price alert. So yeah, I mean, in theory, you're specifying the stock, but that's because you have a specific reason, for seeing a price for this stock. I mean, that's like any other platform where you're going to specify a price where you want to see the stock hit. I mean, obviously 30.52 is not the same for any other stock necessarily. Okay. So when you say, did I specify a ticker name, it just meant, I'm interested and now I'll forget about it. I'll just forget about it. And if the price alert hits, my price alert window pops up. Everything else, though, is an event. This is an event that happens that I created, and I don't know what's going to show up. Does that make sense? Xerox. What the heck is happening with Xerox here? Is that an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Xerox, guys. $3 stock. Xerox. Wasn't that you yesterday, the unusual tech? I think you're the one who asked about anybody holding NUVB through earnings. Wasn't that you? You stole good. It was just when I was leaving the room. Man, I lost sight of the one that I was looking at that was it was good. I want to see a good trigger. I don't think good trigger. Yeah, see how it didn't trigger. So, but it may trigger later on. It's had a little bit of a bounce up. Wow. Now look at Sarepta right here, guys. Look at this little attempt, maybe to hold the VWAP. The VWAP is at 1646. Well, on our chart, it is 1670 because it's taking into account all the pre-market data volume. Well, will this hold it? Or will this just, it's still down 31%. I mean, it's an earnings play, but more importantly, their drug failed. Boy, will this hold? Will this act as support or will it just break right through? Here, you can see the blue wave, relatively strong, and then now it's turned orange, which is signifying maybe the start of the downtrend. The person who asked about trade wave yesterday and getting alerts on buy signals, then I showed them how you could do this, the trade wave buy. Are you in the room? I'm just wondering if you used it. I haven't had a chance to really look at it. Boy, this is interesting, guys. I mean, little battle right here at the VWAP for Sarepta SRPT. Well, instead of having to stare at it, I'm going to put a price alert around 1664, which will be underneath that VWAP, and see if that takes it out. Yeah, Ruby on the way down, obviously. Yeah, Ruby on the way down. Whoa, a DD came all the way back. I'm not in it anymore. Too bad. I'm not in it anymore. Well, that hurts is strong, strong still. I mean, that's really, really strong. Now, the next high, I mean, you would think, you've got a couple of highs around 712, very, very close now. You would think that could stall it, a couple of those highs. All right, well, I'll have to put a price alert at the high here, 3647, just to see if it takes that out later. Actually, they are going to report as just Dupont, and not the spin-off, on, let's see, the 6th, a couple days from now, pre-market. Give me a moment, guys. Ah, the subject rule. Okay, well, I gotta fill, not all I wanted, but I gotta fill. I might get more on the Sarepta. The uptick rule down over 10%, of course. I was going in at the bid, and the bid was hanging there for 30 seconds. I finally got some fill on the short. All right, guys, keep an eye on the INV, okay? INV. This is a re-entry. Let's see if it's, but you know what? Here's the problem. You've got 350 right there as the next high, which is, to me, too close. I mean, if the next high looking left was even up here, 370, be a lot better, in my opinion. Mm, wow, DD. Well, we have two VWAPs, okay? And the VWAP that we had that I was looking at was with volume with the pre-market volume. Okay, so it was just underneath the VWAP. That VWAP here is yeah, but that I'm always going now on the line in the chart, so it's just underneath the VWAP. But thanks for asking. Yeah, well, okay, Shady. All I'm going to say, the VWAP that I've got here eyeballing is 1669 on our chart, so that's what I looked at. Okay, I may not work, but all right. Boy, that hurts. Hurts could be a late day runner. Now, what's this? It's a big float. It is a big float. That's a big move with that float. All right, guys, time is it now? 11:18. So I think, oh, Chris, it'll be Chris Farley in our YouTube room today. Congratulate him going over to YouTube. Those of you in YouTube and anybody want to head over. He ran the New York City Marathon on Sunday and had a personal best. But I should check just to make sure he's able. NUVB. Was that a nice bounce? Wow, very nice bounce off the bottom here. 485. I mean, the high today was 522. For me, that five level is always a tough one. But if it broke through five, I guess 539. Really? In Istanbul? Wow. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So if you're talking to me, I don't have any SMAs at all. The only SMA I've got is the 200 day. Okay. Now that doesn't mean, many people use SMAs, or EMAs or whatever. I just don't. I mean, never felt a big need for it other than on the daily chart, the 200-day moving average. Okay. But I'm sure there are many in the room who have SMAs all over the place on their charts, and that's fine. I'm not ever suggesting that people do exactly what I do. All right, guys, on the SRPT now, I'm gonna I'm gonna cover some right here, okay? The reason being is that now I can hold on to a lot better. I want to see if this orange continues down, of course. Well, for me and whole numbers for me are just psychological, okay? And some people think that's crazy, but that's okay. I've just been it's just how I look at things, okay? So when I see something near a whole number, I won't take it. I mean, I obviously the Sarepta, that was no issue, was underneath 17, no problem. But for instance, if this got down to 16.10, would I short it now? Would I short it from there? I mean, if I'm still in it, I'm going to hold. But I always like to see a whole number break, either on the downside if I'm shorting or on the upside if I'm going long. I mean, there's more than that, of course, but I just don't like to take stocks near the whole number. Well, good old Real, when he used to be here, he used to always private message me saying, "You're crazy." And what that does for me also, if it's close enough to the whole number, say above, I can always put my just underneath the whole number as my stop. So I have a pretty defined stop. In the Sarepta case, it was going to be just a little bit above what it is on my chart, the the VWAP. He decided to just do, I think, futures or not futures, the NQ or something like that. Well, I guess those are futures, right? He just wanted to specialize on that. I think those are futures. Okay, I thought so. I should know that, but why is that weird? Whatever. Why is that a whatever? What do you a Valley girl? I remember he spent at least 6 months in the room still, and he was really analyzing just doing futures. But I think really just the N. He's just doing the NQ, right? Yeah, but he found that specializing in that one thing rather than being jumping around, he just found it was easy. Not easier, but better for him. So, Carlos, and anybody else listening to me, get rid of the profitable trade. Okay. Get rid of that. Uncheck it. Uncheck it. Okay. Uncheck it. You should want to see the stocks all day long. They can always set up. Here's a reentry. Another, I don't know if they're working, but you wouldn't see these reentries. Okay. So please, I'm begging the company to not have this as a default. When people load the AI, it's the profitable trades, but they can set up at a lower price, and you won't know that. Really, I did not know that. Futures are There's no capital gains on futures. But I've convinced Dan, the reason why we have this trade status here, I convinced Dan that, people should be aware of the reentry. So how are they going to be aware? But because he put this in and he said, yeah, I mean, the reentry is something that we all should be aware of. It's buried. Yeah, well, I'm going to talk to him again because it doesn't make sense if we're because he was sold on the reentry. Having people at least have an idea. Well, I'm gonna ask him again then because then there's no point in having that trade status because then you won't see it. Well, you'll see it, but it won't make any. It won't get triggered. Okay, on the time and sales window, there are three colors that go by. Are you talking what time and sales window? Are you talking about in Interactor Brokers, Steve? What time and sale? Like this is my time and sales window, right? In Interactor Brokers. You're not talking about in Trade Ideas, are you? Because we don't have one. Good luck. So, what time and sales are you talking about then? You're not talking about within Trade Ideas. So, against Steve, you're talking about something outside of Trade Ideas, right? In that case, I can't really help. I mean, I thought, this is time and sales interactor brokers and all, but so I cannot help you if it's something outside of Trade Ideas in your brokerage platform. Okay, if you can show me where Trade Ideas has it, then fine. Then I'll have a look, but I don't know what you're talking about. When you talk about time and sales, that to me seems to be pretty broker dependent. Okay, so Rept is getting close now to that little low right there, or getting close to the whole number. Really? Okay, well, maybe you should move. Okay, yeah. So because we don't have anything that's remotely like time and sales. That's okay. Good question. I mean, it could have been us, but it just isn't. Who's your broker? Maybe somebody else has the same broker, and Yeah, well, maybe somebody with Weeble, if you can explain what you're talking about, maybe somebody with Weeble could help you. Hertz is an awesome play today. I mean, it could still have a well. This is where I thought could easily stall it. Okay, I may be completely wrong, but it got up to 710. That high is 712. That high is 711. So I mean, put a price alert there. If it takes that out, then we may have another challenge at 750. As long as you understand that I won't be able to help, not because I don't want to, but somebody with Weeble may. All right, guys, 11:34. So I did get a confirmation. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. That makes sense. That's what I like about interactive brokers, where you have that mid. I don't know if I get colors. I don't think I get any colors or anything fancy like that, but Sleep Number is an earnings play. Interesting. You know what? I mean, if it gets through 558 or so, it's a low flow too. 558, which is I think the next high, or that high right over here, it has room to six, and it's a earnings play, SNBR, low float, pretty low float, 19 million. Even pizza's showing up here, guys. I know they're a rumor of a buyout for quite a while now. What, 62 or something? So a little pop here now. And this is the headline. Yum Brands explores the sale of Pizza Hut. So who was supposed to buy them before? I thought this was almost like a done deal. Ah. Well, but pizza is okay, but Papa John's is, you're right. And what's happening is it's showing up in here. That's why it's just showing up in this headline though. So when I type in pizza, I'm getting the Pizza Hut, which I know now is not, obviously not Papa John's, but maybe it's being Maybe that helped pizza. I don't know. Or people don't know. They don't know the difference. I don't know. They're looking at that and they're typing in that symbol. Well, it just seems well, okay, that's a little later, 11:35. Okay. Well, unusual tech. I mean, the um, the somewhat obvious answer is you keep letting it ride as long as it's working, right? But you get a pullback, you might want to take some off. You might want to take a look at using the wave now, on a daily chart or a weekly, to help you keep in a trade longer. But there's no hard and fast rule. If I were in a swing trade though and it had a nice pop, I'd probably take some off. But others may be completely say no. I'm going to hold on and well, Sarepta, are you going to give me a break of 16? See, by getting out some here in the 30s, this is allowing me to hold on to this stock, just following the wave down. And people ask all the time, how can I keep in a trade? I'm just suggesting that you give the wave a chance. Okay. Well, I mean, I would think a longer term time frame if you're swinging a 15, 30, or 60. I mean, I would probably look at it at least a day and probably a week just to see if you're swinging. I understand I'm not a swing trader, but I mean, that's what I would do. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:42. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking a break. I'm going to put a price alert just under here, see if it can. Boy, if it took out 16, that'd be awesome for me. The low today was way down here around 15. Yeah, yeah, in theory, I should have still been in this trade. The problem is I got in a little late. That was the problem. I got in over 36. Had I been in the trade down here, I could have taken some off here on that little downtrend and said, okay, I'll hold on though and see if it actually pierces, that bar. Is it going to pierce the bottom? It didn't. So I can hold on and I'd still be in the trade. But, that assumes I was in the trade back here. So, I mean, I don't have the trade wave on my daily chart. Give me an example of something you're looking to swing, maybe wanting to swing. No, the unusual, who is it? The unusual tech. Okay, so let's take a look at NUVB on a daily chart. So, I mean, other than today, of course, it's been strong. Other than today, now it hasn't turned orange, and because probably because it's come back. I don't know if it was orange down here, like it probably turned orange, but right now, it still is you can sort of discount today, but I mean, it's a strong trend. Nice trend on the 5. And what about on a weekly, just out of curiosity? Well, there it is on a weekly. Very, pretty strong on a weekly. Remember Chewy from yesterday? This is one I wanted to short. And so, for instance, look at Chewy. I mean, look at the wave on Chewy. You know, why would anybody want to go long Chewy on this as a swing? Okay. Unless it turned around. I'm just using Chewy as an example, of course. Okay, guys. Well, I will be taking my break in about 15. I'm going to be, I'll be in this Repta trade. I'll be at my computer, so I can always madly scramble to get out if I have to. Did I short Beyond Meat? No. Saying alive asked in the YouTube room. No. Somebody asked me about it earlier, but no. Am I on Twitter? You mean do I have an? What do you mean? What do you mean? Am I on Twitter? You mean do I post things like I'm shorting Beyond Meat? No, I don't. I don't post. The only thing I post on Twitter at the beginning of the day, the pre-market act is up and down, and then I also post a link to the trading room. That's it. So it's not me. If somebody's posting from Trade Ideas that they're shorting Beyond Meat, it's not me. There are several people at Trade Ideas with Twitter accounts. Okay, I don't have a Trade Ideas account, if that makes sense. My account is just is me, my name and all. All right, guys. Well, the key, well, for me anyway, there's that VWAP for the SPY. Okay, so you can see what it's doing. It came into it a little bit, popped off it, trying to come into it again. Will it hold? Will it act as support, or will it go through it. So I'll put a price alert underneath. Okay, guys, 11:50, so another 10 minutes from me. What are your plans today, William? 3:55-ish, okay? So, William, when I do leave the main room, William will keep it open till 3:55. I do have to shut YouTube down when I leave, though, but I'll always put the link in to get into the main room for those of you on YouTube who wanna hang around other traders for probably a couple of hours after I leave. Now, I'll always say later if there are questions. Okay, challenge now. Challenge of the VWAP now for the SPY and the challenge. Okay, now there's a little jog up on the SPR. Boy, they say, and are you talking about the testing the VWAP for the third time? Is that what you're talking about, or the ADMA or whatever you're using, William? Is that what you're talking about for the NCLH? This was sort of a, other than that little jog up, that was sort of a good all day short. Now, okay, there's the SPY. So underneath, a little underneath that VWAP, right there. Well, it was nice while it lasted. We had a nice hour of a bounce. Boy, Mara earnings after hours. Hmm. So now I see Bitcoin down about 4,300. Let me take a look at IBIT. I'm sure it went. There was a little support area. Yeah, well, the support area. So, I mean, does that mean? I should know this, but does that mean that Bitcoin is below the 200-day moving average? Because IBIT is. I'm assuming. I mean, I know crypto trades 24 hours a day. Okay, so it is relevant. The 200-day moving average, it does you can plot that on Bitcoin also. I mean, it made sense to me you could, but never have I traded Bitcoin. So, guys, I'm sort of abandoning the low price volatile, well, low price, low float stocks. I don't get too many of them here. I really, I'm going to leave that to. I know there's many in the room that's what they want to do. And do we do product demos? Well, sort of DF1. It's sort of all day. I mean, if you're asking about, this is the product that you see in front of you. So I suppose I'm demoing it. You can ask me questions about it. So you could argue, you could somewhat say that. I mean, the whole day is a product demo. Well, these stocks here are typically not. I mean, they're not huge caps, but they're just not these ones. Okay. Is this real time down to the second or a delay? So YouTube puts about a 5 to 8 second delay. Okay. It shouldn't matter that much. If you wanted to come in, there's another room, DF1, another room that is there's no delay in the room. Okay. What you're seeing here. So if you wanted to come into the other room, it's free also. But you might as well stay in YouTube because what's going to happen is I'm taking a break in about 5 minutes. Just give me a moment. And Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room, Chris at Trade Ideas, as I take my break. But in the other room, there was no delay. Okay, so if you do click on my homepage link and you scroll down, trading room, okay, they're both free. It's just that YouTube, the system is real time. The system is real time. All the alerts that you're seeing, like in this particular case, this is all real time. This is real time. This is well, it's real time, but it's a different presentation of the data. Okay, but all of our scans, our alerts are all real time. Okay, I thought you meant in the room. The YouTube has got a 5 to 8 second delay in YouTube. That's all. But what you're seeing here, this is all real. Like this is all real time. Okay, just a moment, Chris. Okay, Chris just showed up. In fact, you're gonna have to give me a couple of minutes here, Chris. I forgot to put a few things in here. Okay, guys. So Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET, and I'll put the YouTube link in. Stop my music so I can hear Chris when I finally put the YouTube link in. Just give me a moment, Chris. Okay, so here is the YouTube link, guys. All right. So, Chris, I don't know if you want to answer. Hi, Chris. First of all, hi, Chris.
Good morning.
How is your body feeling?
Mostly.
Which is wait a minute. I better back up because people. Well, why the heck would he be asking that? So, so Chris ran the New York City Marathon on Sunday, and so his body is probably still in recovery mode. But
Yeah.
Congratulations! I hear you did a personal best, so that's congratulations.
Yeah. Beat my personal best by 33 minutes. So
Excellent.
happy about that. And we're in recovery mode. I was nursing a strained hamstring the last couple of weeks. I didn't stretch as much as I normally do going into it. So
Okay.
hopefully not to aggravate it. So I cramped up pretty bad when I got to the Bronx around mile 20, running,
Hmm.
walking through the cramps and finished, but still really kind of killed what I've done in the past. So all things considered, one happy camper.
Excellent. Now, isn't mile 20, isn't that sort of what do they call it?
The wall.
The wall.
Yep. It's called the wall.
The wall. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right through there.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, okay. I'll let you. But DF1, you just have to tell him that our data is real time. Scans are real time.
Yep.
When he says, "Does your data come through from the moment a transaction is executed?" Well, it's a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what he means by that, but
Yeah.
all our data
I'll,
is real time.
yeah.
So I'll let you go. Okay. I'll let.
Sounds good.
Okay. We'll see you in about an hour.
Enjoy
Chris.
your break, Barry. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
So yeah, DF1, the way it works is with our alert windows, you get a timestamped alert the second the stock meets one of your scanners. It's right to that second. There's no delay, no need to refresh or anything like that. The way alert windows work is it basically says, hey, this stock met everything you were looking for at this exact second. Topless work, they're different kind of scan. Those work where they have a totality refresh of 30 seconds, but each stock within the window is on its own refresh time frame within that 30 seconds. So it's always updating, but completes the full update on the list every 30 seconds with every stock that meets the scan. So two different ways to get at it, from a data standpoint, essentially. So hopefully that kind of answers the question there. And of course, if you have others, do not hesitate to get those in. Justin, thanks. Appreciate that. Run for mayor. Yeah, no, thanks. I stay right away from all things political. So, yeah, rocking and rolling with that. As per usual, it is a happy Tuesday to you all. Normally I'm here Mondays, but I took yesterday off. Andy covered yesterday for me. I'm going to do today, and I'll probably be Monday, Tuesday next week with this. With all that said, as per usual, this is an open forum. I don't do any pre-done content on this. I rely on you folks to drive the content to what we're doing here with your questions. I always feel that that's a better way to run this. You could have all kinds of talking heads aimlessly discuss markets and whatever else, and nobody has any more special insight than the next person. But where my special insight comes in is the software here. Three Sharp, good day to you as well. Trader 77. Yeah, they did well, the Kenyans. Yeah, they did well in the race. Yeah, I was going to say yesterday. It's 2 days ago now already. So yeah, questions on the software. Don't be shy, folks. Don't be shy. Got some chop going on here in the market. I'll bring up the SPY chart and we'll do my dreaded talk about the market while we'll wait for questions to come in, I guess. And again, for those who don't understand why I would say I dreaded talk about the market, it's just that you've got all kinds of I'll call them financial entertainment outlets out there that they're forced to talk about every little tick and bump and move in the market, and there's just not always something to analyze. Sometimes just things are kind of cruising along. That's the way it is. So there just always isn't something to talk about. That's all there is to it when it comes to each tick in the market. But there's always things to talk about when it comes to the software and how to find things and locate and create and back test and all that kind of stuff like that. So yeah, Trader 77. Yeah, I'm in the Roadrunners Club myself. All that good stuff. So good times. Am I talking about Jim Cramer? No, not specifically him. I mean, sure, he's on one of those, we'll call them, like I said, news entertainment outlets. I don't think what they do on those channels is really much to do with news at this point. It's, they're they're rating seekers. They got a job to do. It's to seek ratings and advertising and revenue and all those things like that. Nothing wrong with it. It's a job. It's not. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it is. So yeah, he's part of it or whatever. I'm sure Jim Cramer is a great guy to have a burger and a beer with or whatever. But not I'm not getting my news from him. That's for sure. Yeah, Justin, did someone answer that? Because I've been out for a few days since then, and I didn't see that email in here anymore. I saw it, late Friday night. The only thing I can say is that, are you linking to TWS and IB? Because that's just a very straightforward link once you've built it. You're going to pick Interactive Brokers Live and here in the rule, and that's it. And there's nothing else that you need to do. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything on that. So if it's with TWS, you just build the link and select the Interactive Brokers Live, and that should be it. I'm guessing you had a runaway effect or something like that. That's my guess. And if you had that runaway effect, which I've never seen in my many years using with Interactive Brokers, you'd click the use alternative method. That has to be done sometimes with Thinkorswim. Some people need it, some people don't, to block that. Outside of that, the only other thing I can ever think of is if you've got multiple links going on. I have seen when people link to multiple platforms, things start to get funny. But when that happens, there's not much I can do on the troubleshooting side, except my suggestion would be build the links in different order. So, if you were building to platform A, B, and C and something was going funny, try going CBA, ACB, BAC, like that, and see if it works in that regard. I come across someone some years ago that was linking, 4 or 5 different platforms. And in the troubleshooting of that, just trial and error, figured out that building it in a specific order caused them problems, and not building it in that order, it was able to resolve what was going on. Are you running both you're running both TI and this is Thinkorswim, yes? Not Thinkorswim, I'm sorry, Trader Workstation, yes. Are you running both in admin mode? You're clicking, you're right-clicking the programs and run as administrator. You got to run everything as an administrator. Select run as administrator. Same thing with TWS, run as administrator. Not running an administrator will cause the link to not build properly. I've got this video here that still holds true. I show building Thinkorswim, TradingView, and Trader Workstation on that video there. Noshin, new to using Trader's platform. Any suggestions where to start? If you haven't watched our Getting Started series that I did, it's on the education page. Let me get you a link to that. If you haven't watched that yet, I beyond highly recommend that. If you load that education page, scroll down a little bit, you're going to see this here, Getting Started with Trade Ideas. And I start with, downloading the software, logging in, then I move into what I think are kind of the key components to getting going with the software: alerts and top lists, charts, single stock window, move into multi-strategy windows, price alerts, how to build layouts, channels, and things like that. Move into the more advanced stuff, back testing, picture-in-picture charting, idea surfing, formula editor, paper trader, stock racing, some stuff like that. So I would say, the first 3 videos specifically, I think are the real key to getting going. Maybe throw in the 4th one with a single stock window, short video anyways. I'm a big fan of the single stock window. Not everybody is. So that's, where I would kind of guide you towards. Of course, we're live here. So if you have specific questions, something you're trying to build, throw that at me and we can try to build a scan or something like that. We can go over some of the basics, ins and outs of scans, the data points that we have, stuff like that without any question there for you, Nushi. Yeah, give that a shot, Justin. Let me know what happens there. If you run into anything, send me a video of what you build it out. Do a video of you building it out and any funny behavior that's happening. I'll see if I can pick something off from the video that might be tripping you up. But it should be, the instructions in the video that I shared should be just those. I don't use IB like I used to, but recently I did, reopen an account to do some testing in there and have messed around it. So I know it's still working the same as that video for me anyways. And I'm on, I'm on the same software everybody else is running. Can you share some of your AI alerts that show an entry and or short long? There's just one AI. I do have it posted here. Barry won't run the AI during the balance of the day because we have premium users that, pay money to see those alerts. And so we don't want to broadcast them the whole world. We are, past most of pretty good past the alerts, the initial. So I don't mind displaying them here. So this is what you got. You got an entry time, tickers, entry price, last price, change from the entry in a dollar amount and a percent amount. This max profit just has to do if I was risking $100 per $100 per trade based on Holly's stop loss. It's like a hypothetical portfolio of what I would have done on a max profit on each one of those at its peak. And there's the stop price you can base that off of right there. And that's really the key stuff you need to know as far as Holly goes, at least for my 2 cents. And I do have this video. You're welcome to refer to it at any point you like on Holly. I think it's a fairly comprehensive overview. Right, but DF I just showed you today, so there you go. You can use today's and reference that right there for yourself. And essentially, Holly is an extremely complex alert window from our software that does its own optimize and back testing each night on its base strategies, makes adjustments to those base strategies based on what happened that day, tweaks those strategies, and then the strategies that back tested the best that night come to the table to alert the next day. Should a stock meet those in real time, you get that alert. Holly only alerts during regular market hours, and it will never alert before 9:35 a.m. Eastern. Chris, would you build a scan for a swing trade where the daily touches the 20 SMA from above and then takes out that day's high? Well, I don't have a way. We don't have a way to scan and say, oh, this touched an SMA and then bounced off it. We can only scan where it is current to that SMA right now. So, I would do that with a top list, especially if it was a swing scan. And sorry, bear with me 1 second. I had my earphones in still. I don't need those in. So, if you come to a top list configure and in the search tab and you type SMA, SMA, you'll get our list of SMAs here, and you can, pick one of those and give the distance you are by a percent from it. But there's no way to say, show me stocks where it touched this SMA and then bounced off of it X amount or anything like that. We can just show it's above or below the SMA by X amount right now. So, as far as the 20-day goes, we do do have that here. Where is it? 20-day SMA. And we can add that filter, and we can say, we're, maybe not too far above it. Maybe we're only 0.5% above it. And we can put a cap on it if we want to. We don't have to. Nope, you cannot point the AI to a specific stock. AI looks at the entire market and alerts when a stock meets it. It's a complete black box. There's no configuration to Holly whatsoever. You load Holly. There are columns that you can add and subtract. This is what I mean by columns across the top here. There's some different ones of these that we can add and subtract from the data table. But there's no way to say, Holly, do this or do that, or look at this or look at that, or change this or change that. You can make your own scans, do your own back testing and optimizing. Not possible for humans to do the thousands and thousands and thousands of simulations that Holly does each night, but you can do your own, to an extent. Holly alerts some large caps on occasion. You're never going to see Holly alert Apple or Tesla or Google or anything like that. I think maybe once in all the years I've been doing this, I've seen Holly alert maybe Apple once, never Tesla, never Google, never Amazon, none of those. Occasionally an ETF slips through on Holly, not very often. Yep, educational materials right here. Let me get that link again, copy and paste. There you go. So there's a lot on that education page. And keep those questions coming. Keep those questions coming. Don't be shy. And I think I'm caught up on the questions. If anybody still has a question that I haven't addressed, please don't be shy and get that question in. So, all right, no questions at the moment. How does the entry price on an AI alert account for stock spread? It does not. It doesn't account for the spread. If you wanted to create your own scan, we do have a spread filter, so you could account for it that way. We open up a alert window configure here. That's spread. So it works in pennies, and so you could create your own scan and say, I don't want to see stocks that have more than a 10-cent spread or a 30-cent spread. Oops, that's 130. 30-cent spread, so on and so forth. But as far as the AI goes, it doesn't account for spread. Keep them coming, folks. If you've got questions, don't be shy. Keep them coming. Inside of that, we make a comment that we got a pretty down day today. A little bit more than 1% on the SPY. So looking at 30-day highs versus 30-day lows, really tilted to the low side. Highs just kind of anemic on the day. Lows kind of just keep grinding out highs, new highs. Yeah, I mean, hard to call. It's tough. We're sitting here just a touch off of all-time highs. The one thing I will note is this. We scroll back. The sell-off that happened in April. Try to look for some similarities. And the one thing I can say about, April sell-off is, look at this period here where we ran sideways this whole way. Look at what happened with the volume here. Volume really moved down quite a bit. Then the sell-off happened. And, we coincide that sell-off with a big rise in volume here. Pretty much we've kind of stayed the course on volume so far as we've been grinding up higher, and we haven't done any consolidating yet. We haven't seen any kind of real pullback since April. So, it would not shock me if we saw, a nice 5-10% move down. Would not shock me at all. Will it happen? No clue. Thoughts on ALAB? Load it up, take a look. Intraday wise, doesn't look so great intraday. Has earnings after hours, or so it says here. Gap down, closed the gap, sold back off, so couldn't hold that up. Not a whole lot, I guess, outside of that to say. So, looks like people are anticipating more of a negative reaction from earnings. I can't even say people are anticipating bad earnings, because how many times have, rhetorical question, but how many times have you seen earnings that were terrible and then stock went screaming higher afterwards? And how many times have you seen great earnings, they blow it out the door and the stock sells off afterwards? So, I don't know. Outside of that, on a long-term look here, trying to hold this gap level here from this gap up, really moved itself up. It's pulled back and bounced off it. Looks like 200's a real challenge for it. I'm guessing that was a lifetime high at 262.90 right there. A bit of a short float. Not crazy, but, not insignificant either at 127 million in the float in general. So, it's not exactly doing anything special on volume considering the sell-off today on this particular stock. It's down 3 3/4%, and it's only doing just over 1.25, what it's normally doing for volume at this point on the day. So not a whole lot special happening there. CDE, HL, those are miners, aren't they? Yeah. Looked like, a bit of an unwinding of a trade that got real crowded. I mean, things absolute rocket, starting to unwind. Negative reaction to earnings piling on top of it. So, definitely in a downtrend here for several weeks. I'm guessing HL looks the same. So, it becomes one of those things where, the second everybody starts talking about gold and miners, know that probably going to take a pause for the cause once everybody wants to be involved in it, not the people that were calling it, quote, early. Something similar here, but not quite to the extent on the sell-off. This does have earnings tomorrow, so we'll see what kind of reaction happens there. Definitely looks like a healthier chart on HL as far as miners go. As far as those two miners go. Rumors are Schumer will finally give up and reopen government tomorrow after the election. Anyone hear that? I don't pay attention to any politics stuff, so I couldn't say. If people didn't tell me the government was, quote, shut down, I would have no clue that it was shut down. So can't really comment on that. PLTR had great ER last night, 15-minute bounce and a sell-off. PLTR. What does that look like? Yeah, I mean, thing is still blowing it out of the park here. I remember a year ago or whatever it was. I guess it wasn't a year ago, but well, yeah, it was a year ago. I was going to say this was like a $20 stock. I was wrong. It was probably like a $40 stock. I mean, just absolute, juggernaut over the last year. More than that, even. Back here, it's down in the teens, I think. So, well, we'll see what happens. Pretty sizable volume, considering it's 2.15 billion in there, and it's doing near 3 times what it's normally doing. So it takes a bit to get a stock like that moving. That's for sure. Staying alive. How do I trade? I am a swing trader. I like to find stocks and uptrends. Maybe you have a little bit of consolidation or a slight pullback, and kind of start to scale on into them. I'll hold, I'll hold for as short as a day or two. I'll hold for as long as a month or 3. Really, just kind of depends on the actual market itself, the stock, the volume in and out of it, things like that. If I get on the rarest of ever occasions, should I get into something, that day, and all of a sudden makes like a 5, 6, 7, 8% move on that day, I'm taking some profit, on a move like that intraday, and then maybe hold a core position and see what happens over the next coming days or 3. Recently AOI. So this is something I traded. I've traded this a bunch this year. So I had traded it back here, had these 2 days that were up, got it in the following day, made a nice move up, pulled back. So I gave some of it back, kept a little modest gain on it, and I tracked it. I got in it in the summer here in August when it couldn't but break down on 20. I got in it actually at 20. When it moved up, I sold some of it, pulled back, I bought some more of it. It moved up some and then gave back. Let me get rid of these flags on here because it's hard to see some of this stuff. When I gave back some of it, I got out of here. So I was never like buying the bottom of the dip. I was never selling the top of the, the top of the next move up. And then I took a pretty sizable chunk here when we got over 30, got underwater a bit down here at 25. And then we moved up this way, I sold some. And when we started chopping around here and pulling back, I sold the rest of it a couple days ago. So I'm going to look to re-enter. If we can hold 30 here, I'll look to re-enter this, but we're going to need to hold 30 for a couple of days. We got to get a little bit of a bounce. The market doesn't sell off on us. Today the market's down. Today's not a sell off. It's just, it's not, not for me anyways. Other people will disagree with that, and that's what makes a market. So that's my 2 cents on that. That's the last major trade that I was in. I tried my hand at APLD. APLD here. Take your time, chart. There we go. Hold on, let me scroll in a little bit because this is not so awesome. So I'd had my eye on this for a little bit. It had a mixed reaction to earnings, up and then down. It held this 30 level. So I got in it here on this day. I watched it get in the profits, and when we couldn't get through that, I sold it for basically flat, like a 4-cent gain or 5-cent gain, something like that. Fortuitous as this has happened here. This will be another one. If this can hold 30, I will try to revisit this one again. It does have a really big short float, which does concern me actually, because I'm not looking for short squeezes. When I see short float, that means there is people that are betting for that stock to fall, and I don't necessarily want to be on the other side of that bet, for any real length amount of time. These are all kind of AI plays. So look, the AI bubble is wonderful if you're on the right side of it. And if you end up on the wrong side when the plug gets pulled, it's not going to be so good. But bubbles are great. Just have a plan, have a stop, have logical reasons why you're in and out and all those things like that. And then as far as a scan, I use this, I call it my evening scan here. I found them. I will share that with you. Sorry, looking for the cloud link for that. My evening scan, share. And, all I do with this is after hours or early in the morning, when I'm starting my day at, 5-ish in the morning, I go through all the stocks in the scan and start to mark up chats and, what interests me, what does not interest me. And I kind of put them on a short list to keep an eye on. Sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. Sometimes, and the workout doesn't, when they don't work out, that doesn't mean just maybe the stock fell in price. Sometimes they move up faster than I can anticipate to get into them. And, it's hard not to chase, but over the years I've learned to chase less, that's for sure. And so that's the scan here and things that are coming through it. Check the market strength. I just want to know that we're overall trending up in the market. Anybody that knows me knows I like trends. So, for example, get my drawing tool going here. This is an uptrend right now, and I'm not talking about a trend line where we're touching the troughs and peaks and all that crap like that, because nothing is clean in technical analysis. It just doesn't work that way. What I'm looking for is, see, I've got this multi-period low of 20 days. So this is, the line is showing where the low is over the last 20 days. I like to see it making, steps up kind of comfortably. If we start stepping down multiple times, then I know we're possibly reversing into a downtrend. And, one thing I like to really, really, really highlight is, those 2 days down is not a downtrend. These couple of days down is not a downtrend. That big red bar down was not a downtrend. These couple of days here is not a downtrend. You know, the last time we saw a downtrend, it wasn't even sustained, was April, right? I wouldn't even really call that a downtrend. That was just a crash out and a V bottom, right? Or V recovery. But, you know, since it did go for, you know, a month plus on the downside overall, sure, we'll call it a trend. We haven't seen any real sustained downtrend since spring of 2022, I guess, when we had that bear market. So, you know, that's what I'm looking for. You know, we're currently in an uptrend. I like to say I'm cautiously optimistic always. I err on the side of, you know, bullishness until I'm really, you know, until the charts really tell me something different. You know, you get some choppy days like this. What I'll be looking for is stocks that have held well in the chop over the last couple of days. And then, you know, if they continue to react positively and the market isn't selling off, perhaps I want to be a participant in that stock. So that's what I'm doing there. And then, so perfect circle. Sorry, I saw it came in before. Yeah, mostly injury free. Thank you. Marathon went well. You're gonna lose a few toenails, some stuff like that, but nothing that won't heal in a couple more days. Yeah, 3 sharp. You know, I'm always, whenever I get into a stock, you know, I have an upside area that I'd like to see it reach. You know, I don't anticipate that it may necessarily do it, but I want to see that it has room to make a nice move. We get a really sizable move to the upside when I first enter something. I got to take that money. Like there's, you know, there's no two ways about that. Got to have it. If it keeps going without me afterwards, that happens. But if it doesn't, I'm going to feel like a genius. So I think that kind of it covers everything so far, what we've got going on here. And again, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Good for Michael Berry. Michael Berry has called exactly 2 of the last 675,000 bear market / recession. So his track record is not exactly awesome. Although, you know, when he did call the housing bubble, he made enough money to be wrong as much as he wants for about 30 lifetimes. So he can do whatever he wants. But, you know, if you're following him based on track record, to say he has a terrible track record would actually be an understatement. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, he made whatever Twitter post a couple of years ago, you know, sell everything or something, and the market's up like 140% since he made that post. So just another egotistical, whatever you want to call it, you know. Again, I'm sure he's wonderful to have a burger with, but I don't think he's anybody you want to take financial advice from, that's for sure. You know, he's another one of those flash in the pan guys that made the right call at the right time and had enough leverage bet to make him an incredible fortune. Yeah. Very often something we see without a question. Again, I'd happily trade his bank accounts for mine, though, you know. But it goes back to, what I touched on earlier about, most of what you see out there is financial entertainment, not financial news, right? These people have to make talking points to sell their books, to sell advertising time. It's fine. It's, it's the way of the world and corporate business and all that kind of good stuff. But none of it's there to really help you. Just there to entertain you, keep you engaged. So, all right, we're cruising along. Got a little bit of time here before Barry comes back from his break. So again, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me if you have them. Curious what the IWM is doing. I haven't looked at that today. Not a whole lot going on here at the IWM. Gap down, traded up, giving a little fade right now. Look at this. I can argue a couple different things here looking at the IWM right now. I always like to argue with myself. And got that consolidation kind of going on right there. Looks like maybe it's getting tired. Run up, can't do it. Run up, can't do it. Fading back through. So, that feels kind of bearish, but at the same time, nice move up. Consolidation. Moves up with another small consolidation. Moves up. Another consolidation. Moves up. Consolidation. So, I could argue both sides that it feels kind of tippy-toppy up here right now. I could also say new higher lows nonstop, new higher highs nonstop. So I could argue either way with this. The reason why I like to look at the IWM is think of it a little bit as a risk-on, risk-off indicator. IWMs are small cap and riskier growth potential stocks in general. And so when people are putting money to work in those riskier stocks, feel a little more comfortable on the pullbacks of your positions and things like that. When they're not willing to put the money to work there, it's one of those, it becomes more of the cookies are on the table, take them a little quicker, meaning cookies, meaning profits. But I also like to note, you do not need the IWM for a bull market. We had an unbelievable ripping bull market for all of 2023 going into 2024 with the IWM in a bear market itself, with the rest of the market all screaming. So you just don't need it. It's nice to have, though. Chris makes cash when they take positions ahead of the. Yeah, without a question, though. They've got an interest at stake, without a question. And Justin, no, there won't be any more money machine sessions. I did 4 of them. The first one had a decent crowd of 50, 60 people. The next one was like 20 people, and the next 2 were like 4 people essentially. So, I'm spending multiple hours in that stream, not able to help other people and support, and there's not any, nothing really going on. So we have these, if people have questions on the money machine, they can come to these and fire those questions in for the money machine at this point. That was a directive given to me by the management team. They weren't thrilled with the numbers on it and the amount of time that I spent on it. So I have been mandated all money machine stuff directed to here for these live streams. A little bit of a bummer because the first one I thought went so well. I just kind of anticipated it to continue to do that. And well, that was clearly not the case. Yeah, so Arise, what probably happened is you didn't have the download. Download didn't complete for some reason, giving you the default layout. So I'm going to go ahead and Windows, minimize all. So what you're probably seeing is something that looks like this is my guess. Usually what happens when that goes down. And so the first thing I would say is, grab this, what we call the menu bar here, and get just a more reasonable size. You're going to what reasonable is now will be different than in an hour from now, which will be different in a day and a week and a month and so on and so forth. So you get something like this and then just go to new. Well, first make sure you're logged in, account, log in. Make sure you got your username. It's case sensitive. Get your password in there. So just be aware that if your username has a capital letter in it, make sure you have that capital letter. If it has multiple capital letters, so on and so forth. Through this stream, obviously I can't see what your username is right now. And once you're logged in, though, you're going to go to new. And if you want the default layout, really easy, go to new, go to docked channel bar. You get something that looks like this in the explosive winners channel here. You'll see it on the side. That's the default layout, and that's what you start up with. And it's just, kind of the more stocks that have exploded on the day, maybe some potential for more moves, so on and so forth. And that's where you start. In here, there's a number of other channels. There's show more. They all have a different theme to them. Some are more similar than others. And that's your real, quote, starting point. Where you go from there with the software is a different journey for everybody. Has some similarities, obviously, for lots of people, but varies as time goes on. Some people start this with the software. They have no idea what kind of trader they are. And there's a difference between the trader you are and the trader you want to be. As an example, I wanted to be a day trader. I am not a day trader. I was not a good day trader. So that was a lesson I had to learn. But another conversation for another time. I do have, I'm going to share a link to our education page here. I would highly, highly recommend spending an hour or so going over the videos that are on there in what we call the Getting Started series. So there's a link to it, and this is what the page looks like. It'll look like this up here. And if you scroll down, you're going to see this Getting Started with Trade Ideas. And this first Getting Started, it's going to go over the download, the login, and exactly what I just showed you. If the menu bar is all jumbo sized like we just had there. And then it goes on to a couple of little other tips right at the beginning. Then move into alert windows and top lists. Those are your main scans, the most popular scans, I should say, at this point still. And then, the next video goes into charts and how to, load charts, customize them, so on and so forth. A number of other topics in here. So learning curve, a little different for everybody. The more tech savvy you are, the more market knowledge you have, obviously, the quicker you're going to move along on that learning curve. If you were like me at the very beginning, long before I worked for Trade Ideas, and I was just starting out trying to figure out what anything was, it took me a moment there to get things down because I had no basis for understanding. I'm still not tech savvy. I still don't consider myself tech savvy, but I can get along fine now, obviously. So those are the so those are the kind of big ins and outs there, Arise, that I'd point you to right off the bat. The other thing is this live stream from 12 Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern. It's more of a Q&A like what we're doing now. Outside of that, it's a trader support room. A gentleman named Barry that runs it, very knowledgeable on software, answer lots of questions for you as well. Just it's less Q&A formatty then, because he's kind of talking about things that he's seen in his scans and so on and so forth. Not any advice being given or anything like that, but just kind of, scanning around and talking about the, stocks coming through those. So those are the kind of places that I'd point you at. And this becomes kind of like the snowball effect, like especially at the beginning, the more you learn, the more you realize what questions I want to ask to get to where your journey is going. Net trade, I'm guessing you mean the money machine webinars. Yeah, all good. I understand, not everybody can make everything. The reason I had done them was because we had, thousands of emails coming in, over the last several months about it. And, I anticipated a lot more questions and things like that. It hasn't gone that way. It was just, really kind of straightforward. Just didn't go that way. And my anticipation at the level that this was all going to go down on, maybe it was literally 1/10 of what I thought we were going to see for support questions and things like that. So maybe a slow roller to open. We'll see what happens. On the dock channel bar, you're good. Dock channel bar won't interrupt what you're doing. It's the regular channel bar. So you go to new. Dock channel bar, you can just click around. It won't interrupt your regular layout. If you click on the regular channel bar here, this one, that will close the current layout you have open. So I minimized my full layout before. Let me close that dock channel bar. If we go to Windows and show all, here's all my stuff back again. Net trade, I didn't record them really. They were open forum. It wasn't a formatted anything. So, they became very specific to the couple of users that were asking questions. They weren't something that was universally shareable. So I didn't record them. Bitcoin is getting close to 101,000. ETH down 6.5%. So, all right, well, I guess we'll have a few less Bitcoin millionaires by the end of today. The thing Bitcoin has made such a crazy run in the last, 2 years or whatever it is now. You had to wonder if it would give a significant portion back. Look at the wild stuff that it's done. What did it make that run up to like, I don't know, what was it like 2018? It made a run up to 20K, pulled back to like 4 or 5K. And then a couple of years later, it makes a run up to 60K and pulled back to 20K. And then it makes a run up to 100K. You know what I mean? Like, just really crazy, the runs that it's made. And good on anybody that's been part of it. Love to see people winning. So a little bit of time still before Barry returns from his break. So don't be shy and get those questions in. Let's knock out any questions that we have. So kind of curious. I got a SPY chart, 60-minute SPY chart over here. And we see that this is knocking on the door to approach the low of the day here today. But the IWM is still pretty off the low of the day right now. I will see what happens over the next little bit. It's trying to get some footing here at the moment over the last half an hour, give or take. See if that can hold and see what that means here for the overall market. And again, as I always like to say, could this be the start of a bigger sell-off? Sure, why not? No way to predict it, though. No way to predict it. Did I check any of the stocks on my watch list yet? I don't have much of a watch list going on, to be honest, right now. Going into this last week before, my event this weekend, I was kind of checked out from the market more than less. Obviously I looked at charts and some things like that, but I wasn't making any new lists or anything like that. I wanted to have kind of a free and clear mind going into this weekend. So I took yesterday off. I did not look at the market almost at all yesterday. I don't really know what went on yesterday, to be honest. And I don't know. So, we'll see how tonight goes. I'll go through this here, but I'm in no rush to do anything right now. Given that, we're kind of chopping around a lot recently on the overall market. And let's see if we can't get a little resume here. I look at things like this here, and we came down and touched this multi-period here, and then we came down and touched it again and bounced off of it. So, I want to see this extend maybe a little bit more and then get another leg up. I'd like to see that. You had this massive, move off of it right here, and it took a long time for it to catch up right there. We've had a pretty good move from here to here, and while it's not really extended, this uptrend has been going on for quite some time. So I want to see a little more digestion. I'll get a little more, let's call them more excited, a little more involved. Yeah. Trader 77. I got some sore hamstrings. I wasn't able to, as I talked with Barry before he took his break. I wasn't able to stretch very much the last several weeks because I'd had a strained hamstring going in, and I was afraid to do any more straining to it. So I really kind of stopped stretching too much over the last 3 weeks. And that led to being much more sore today than I am after a marathon usually. So a couple more minutes, folks. Don't be shy. If we got more questions, don't be shy. I will note again, watching my 30-day low, 30-day high, 30-day low started to make a move down, but we didn't really see any life from the 30-day highs, and it was really kind of kicking back in gear on the selling still here. So we'll see here. We will see here. I'll never say, I'm sure anybody that's been here has heard me say this a million times. The market's never due to do anything. We're not due for a sell-off. We're not due for a bounce ever. Market is going to do what it's going to do. But I won't be surprised if we saw some kind of sell-off. And remember, market doesn't need a reason to sell off. Market doesn't need a reason to go up. You need any more evidence of that, look for all the stocks each quarter that have terrible earnings and the price of the stock rises, and look for the stocks that have great earnings and the price of the stock falls. There's no logic behind it. There doesn't need to be. I don't know what zero drop shoes are, but I run in New Balance 860s. I like those very much. I had terrible shin splints and I got stress fractures for a couple of years, and it was really, I was in incredible pain. I know this is way off topic, but whatever. And so I went to a running store, and when I walked in, the guy was like, "Those are the wrong shoes, basically, that you're wearing." And he pointed me to these New Balance 860s and a number of other shoes that were very similar, the way they support the inside of your foot. And my shin splints are gone since then, basically. I mean, it took some time to fully recover because I was running on them, but the pain just kept decreasing as I was running. And I don't have any pain in my shins anymore at all. So it was kind of like magic, to be honest. And it was quite incredible to run without pain for the first time in years.
May I break in now, or do you still want to talk about shoes? Actually, I don't run anymore, but yeah, New Balance for me, because I've got a wide foot. And New Balance, one of the could never wear Nikes, never, narrow foot or they're narrow design, but New Balance for me were perfect.
Yeah, a number of people said, and I always thought, I don't want to go with New Balance. It's like a commercial brand that's probably just all marketing, and that was not the case, at least not for me anyways.
Except if you listen, New Balance, I guess they used to be, they were one of the only shoe company that did not do celebrity ads.
Oh, interesting.
They did not. Yeah,
I did not
it was
know
it was all word of mouth.
Yeah, did not know that.
There you go. So you don't have to worry about succumbing to Madison Avenue using your New Balance.
I'm going to now have to also look up this book that Pepe just mentioned, Born to Run. I have to check this out.
Oh my goodness, it'll change your life. Is it Pepe? Is it only if you're a runner? Can it change my life if I'm not a runner? Goodness. Anyway, Chris, I will
yes,
go with 101 now, so I'll take over for now. And thanks so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms, just waiting for Chris to leave so I can take over the stage. There we go. Stage is up. And music, maestro. One last thing, get rid of the nothing. Okay, guys, so I'm in a short of this blush, BLSH, okay? Can't remember where I saw it. I think I saw it here. It's basically a lifetime low, okay? And just underneath 48. And we'll see. Obviously out of my Sarepta short, it got so close to 16, which was sort of my, I don't want to call it my goal, but I was happy that I got close to 16. And then a minute it started to run up. That was it. All right, guys. Are you in blush too? You're not in blush also. Perfect. You are not in blush. Actually, it's bullish. I did not know. I didn't even know what the name of the company was. I was making it up when I said blush, of course, but oh, I see. Okay, you're cheering me on. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, guys, 103. So what I'll do now is one last time, go over my homepage. Now, I'm not sure how long this promo code is going to be good for. I always check it every morning to see if it's still active. Still is active. Blush? No, it's not an ETF. Well, no, it's not an ETF. It's a engages in the management of a digital asset platform. Okay, guys, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And as I say, this promo code is still good. I'll check it tomorrow morning. It may be still good. I just don't know when it's going to end. But you can get 25% off the first month only, or remember, the first month only, or the entire year of either a standard or a premium subscription. Okay. Boy, iHeart really worked out. I think there are some in iHeart, IHRT. I think there are some in that one. All I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. When the company tracks all these promo codes, and if they see people using my code enough, they don't mind keeping the YouTube and the other room free, the main room free. Scrolling down a bit, you can sign up for the trade of the week. It's right down here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, scroll down. You've clicked on my homepage link. Scroll down, click on that education section, and scroll down a little bit more. Getting started with Trade Ideas. It's mandatory. This is the first thing you do if you've taken out a subscription. 12 short videos that'll get you started. The other, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off on that second video and finish them. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is the right type of program for you, and to see whether or not you even want to try this for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, 15 videos free if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. Technically, they're not scans, but the information that you can see here. Really pay a lot of attention now to this one, the movers of the upside versus the movers. These are scans. I mean, basically, they are scans. They're just competing scans. One showing stocks moving higher, one stock showing moving lower, with very similar filters in place. But I do have these other ones here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Large cap gainers, start of the race is here. The halts resumes is down here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. And I do have 3 other scans. I do not have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan that you can take a look at. So any questions? Sorry. Anyway, any questions? Feel free to ask. All right, guys. Now DD's got my attention. You're at the high of the day now, and there's when I say there's nothing stopping it. Again, this is not a true gap down. They did a spin-off. They created a company. It started trading yesterday as Q. And you can see what they do. Good. Now, I waited all day for this. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it now, but I mean, it did get down to this is now not a lifetime low. Sorry. I wanted it. I think the next low was like 4 or 5 years ago. I think we had to go back to a monthly chart. This was the month I was waiting for, but it may just not be dynamic enough. I mean, look how long it took. It was just sort of hanging in this area here. So May not be dynamic enough. The low right there is 1084, so it's a little bit below that. And if you scroll back, this is, yeah, I mean, this is the next low back in 2020, March of 2020. Not that that should hold it, but I mean, there is a next low of 759. So really no support for this earnings play today. Oh man, BMNR, that showed up a long time ago in this scan here. There's the Alvo. There's the Alvo making another new low, all-time low now for Alvo. This was yesterday also. Oh my gosh, did this get ugly or what? CCTG, I mean, look at this. I think it was up to what? $1.40, 58 cents right now. I'm wondering if I'm just looking to see if they've done a financing. I don't see they've announced one, but man, all day short, guys. NCLH, basically an all day short. There's a little jog up here, but basically an all day short. How did CCL? Did it have any? It's just being dragged down because of NCLH. Yeah, I could almost say it had to move up here though. So if you had been short earlier, you would have taken some off here. But now you're riding the wave down still. Did not see that, Todd. SAG GT or SAG T. I didn't see that in the pre-market. I don't think I did anyway. Looking at my list of stocks that I had scribbled down. Yeah, it's through the VWAP. Yeah, pretty extended now. I mean, even though it just broke through the VWAP, I mean, it's pretty extended, obviously, just by looking at the 5-minute chart. All right, I did cover some of my blush guys, BLSH. I've been waiting for it to see if it can really take out 4750. It's just getting stuck there, so I can hold on now that I've taken some off. You know what's moving again is Cure, Qure, over a whole number of 32. This is the high of the day. Actually, yeah, this is the high of the day. Now, of course, yesterday's high, 36. Some of you are in this CMPS coming into the VWAP right up here. There's the VWAP right there. Next high also is 687. So if you're in it, hopefully it gets through that for you. You know, DD is just kind of in rest phase, isn't it? I mean, it's, you know, see how the wave has narrowed, which is you know, a little bit of consolidation. Michael, in our YouTube is usually really simple to get into. Wonder why it took you talking to Michael Draper in our YouTube room. YouTube is usually very, very simple to get into. The other room, a little more, well, nothing's that complicated, but you've got to create I think there's several other steps, that's all. But YouTube is usually pretty simple. Anyway, you're there. Okay, guys. So how's that MUX doing? MUX? Oh, another one just underneath the whole number. Boy, these are juicy to me. The next low looking left. Wow. So the next low looking left for MUX is 1677. So I'm going to put a price alert right around there because if it does take that out, the next low looking left is almost $1 away. So, oh, good for your blush. I'm surprised. Thank you. I know it took some off in the 50 cent level, but that allowed me to hold on to any. Well, now I'm just going to hold on. Ride that wave. Okay, well, depends what you're looking for, Michael. Okay, I hopefully I can help. The first thing, have you done the 10 short or the 12 short videos? First of all, before we keep going, have you taken a look at the 12 short videos called "Getting Started with Trade Ideas"? I sort of make that a mandatory. Anybody who's new, so just let me know if you've done that. And in case you don't know what I'm talking about, if I this is my homepage link, and if you click on my homepage link and you click on the education section, and right here, scroll down a little bit, getting started with trade ideas. If you haven't done that first, that's the first thing you should do. Okay, or you haven't done that. Okay, so I'm just showing you. Okay, getting started with trade ideas. So you click on my homepage link. Do it again. You click on my homepage link. You'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see the education section. Click on the more info and then scroll down. Getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos. Okay. I think it'll be very beneficial that you do that first. And after that, you can certainly ask questions, but should have just a framework of what the program's all about. And if you're new to trading, back to basics. 15 videos here, which are free also, if you're new to trading. Nice trade shady on the Qs, obvious, or the TQs anyway. DD, guys, has still got my attention. This should be watched tomorrow, I think. I really think this has to be watched tomorrow. I mean, I just think people are looking at this, they're not maybe understanding what's going on, thinking it's a big gap. I mean, all you have to do is do some research, of course, but it'll be interesting to see if tomorrow we just have another continuation. Remember, it's a spin-off, okay? So when they spun off, don't know exactly how these things work, but it got spun off and new symbol, or the symbol is Q. This has to be one of the oldest companies on the exchange. And now I don't. It wasn't, but that's 1802, guys. 1802. All right, guys. Well, the DD's moving. The QURE is moving. They're both kind of moving the same. As in up. A little bit of room for ZIM. A little bit. Down to 1393. Okay, let's do this again then. You click on my homepage link. We'll do it again. Okay, Michael. So you clicked on my homepage link. I want to make sure. So when you clicked on my homepage link, did you not get sent to this screen here? If you got sent to this screen that has my name on the top and a way in which you can take out a subscription, it said, whoops. Okay, now just scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. See where it says education? Okay, click on the more info. Click on the more info. Okay, and then scroll down and getting started with trade ideas. So here are the videos right here. And there are 12 of them. You may not have to do the first one if you've already downloaded and installed. Okay, you may not have to do the first one, but I would absolutely 100% do the other ones, especially the second one, alerts and top list windows. What are the differences? Why would you take one over the other? Okay. And the videos are short. Okay. So are we good? Okay, good. I think. I guess what you have to do, I haven't looked at this for so long, so you're gonna. I don't think there's a way. You have to keep going back to the. Or is there, Pepe? There's no way, right? 'Cause I just clicked on this one, and I'm hearing Chris, and talks about it. So now, but they don't. There's no sequencing. There's Chris right doing the video now. There's no sequencing to the next one automatically, is there? The second video is really important, okay, because that really covers what alert windows are and top list windows are. As I said before, you might not have to do the first one. If you've already got your toolbar up and running, then you've obviously logged in correctly. So I would start off maybe with the second video. Boy, this again, that next low looking left is 1677. We're at 1681 right here. Takes that out. I mean, there's a ton of room underneath, almost a dollar underneath. Well, definitely want to watch this one, guys. Maybe for a late day trade for me. I want to see again this MUX MUX. I want to see if it takes this out right here. Sure, guys. Definitely a nice move off that whole number. Did not take this one, but nice move. Have I used a head and shoulder scan before? I didn't even know we had one, but so I guess the answer is no. You mean a head and shoulders, or when you say the, are you referring to something that we have, or just in general? Saying a lot. The answer is no. I have not used a head and shoulder scan. Boy, look at DD, guys. DD, another new high. Definitely have to watch this one tomorrow. See if it has another, just another continuation day. See how well it closes. Does it close near the high of the day? Yeah, you're right. $126 up. Wow. 400. Yeah, look at Bitcoin. Well, I can only look at IBIT. I don't have Bitcoin plotted, but here's IBIT. Well, I haven't. Let's take a look at XLK. XLK, of course, the technology ETF. Still quite a bit above the. Let me take a look at the semis, SMH. Yeah, still well above the 200-day moving averages, but yes, definitely down days. Is IBIT a well, again, I'm not a Bitcoin player at all, but this is mirroring it pretty well, I guess. And so Bitcoin right now is at 100,000, right around 100,000. If it broke through 100,000, I would think this is well, obviously, if it does, this will keep going down. But you have to think that 100,000 is some kind of a psychological number. But if it breaks it, look out. That's what I'd be looking at to see whether or not IBIT is a buy or not. All right, guys. Now you're going to hear a real racket outside. I think we've got the leaf blowers in full force today. Oh, well, blush is still working for me. So I was able to keep in the trade. The wave was still orange. So even though took some off and able to keep in this trade, even though it had a little jog up here, but now I'll have to see if it takes up 47. 47.18 is the low. So let me put a price alert just over 47. See if I. All right, guys. Well, Mux just took out that low. Okay, 1677. So let's see if it has any room. I'm in it now. If it, I mean, I know it's a chase. There's no question, but I just wanted to see if it could take out that low, and if it does, with hopefully the market will further it down. Have a tight stop on it. So I'm in two now: the blush and the Mux shorts. Oh, look at DD! Wow, should have had much more resolve on that one. Now, I don't expect much. Okay, I don't. There's not going to be. I mean, the next low is well. I mean, look. I mean, if it got all the way down there, it'd be awesome. But I think that'll probably, if it even got close to 16, it'd probably stall there. Wow, look at DD, guys, just ribbage. Big float too. Look at that float, 417 million, and it's just moving like a penny stock. All right, guys. So I've got another 20 minutes or so, always later if there are questions. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. I'm in a couple of trades, but I can handle that. Anything that makes me money, William. Turning to my least favorite, no, getting back to these, I don't really care about these anymore. These meaning the race, the ones in this race. Yeah, so I don't know. You're asking staying alive. Or where's the max pain for BTC? I have no idea. I mean, obviously, 100,000. If it takes out 100,000, it's just a psychological. That'd be very psychological, obviously. I should, yeah, I should say that. All right, guys. So the mucks just took a little jog up for me. I'm just have to see if I'm going to get out of it. All right, guys. Well, obviously, I'm just watching the blush and the mucks and see if, especially the blush, see if it gets closer to 47. The mux is, it's actually right at that low, looking left. So I have to make sure. I have to see if it's going to get down below that low again. I think that was 1677, maybe. Yeah, 1677. So I'm gonna take that out again. Oh, So with this pizza here, what does that mean? That buyout is oh, Apollo withdrew their offer to buy pizza. Well, that'll do it. I don't know if you're still in it, Shady, but you were pretty resolute that it was a done deal and it was going to get to 62. So hopefully you, I don't know what, well, hopefully you got out. Just goes to show, I mean, it looked pretty certain, but boy, until it happens, it hasn't. Corny and cliche, but until it happens, it hasn't happened. And I know I've been in one like this on a very, very a for sure buyout, like a for sure buyout. It didn't happen years and years and years and years ago. All right, guys. Well, blush 4714. I've got to make a decision about the Mucks. Not liking it as much anymore. Yeah, for me, Barry, and well, it was a long, long time ago. A week before it was closing, the Globe and Mail in Canada is sort of like your Wall Street Journal, a business magazine, business newspaper, did a glowing article on the CEO who was being bought, and it didn't happen. Wow. Okay, blush. Well, how about the other ones though? CCL. Let's take a look. I mean, I think you're gonna have to get the market on your. I mean, it's obviously falling because of NCLH, right? So we know why it's falling, and it's a sympathy play in the wrong direction with NCLH. I mean, right? I mean, obviously there was a nice bounce from 1530 all the way up to. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a weekly chart. That's a week. I'm gonna. Wow, was that a great bounce? There hasn't really been a bounce yet for CCL. Okay. I mean, when you look at it, there's really not been a bounce. Well, I don't see in 2580. I mean, there's a weekly low down here, 2262. So there's really not any support around 2580, not on a weekly chart anyway. Not saying it's not going to bounce, but it's not my idea. No, but if you think it's going to bounce at 2580, by all means. Yeah, so I haven't If I can't see it on the daily, so where is that? I guess that's what you're talking about right there. Well, the next low on a daily is 2551, I guess. Well, pizza has resumed trading, I think. Yeah, pizza has resumed. I just recall you're saying it was a no-brainer a couple of Fridays ago when it was 55, and you said it was a no-brainer was going to 62, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm glad you're out. No damage. All right, guys, 151. So I got another 8 minutes or so. So any last minute questions before I take off? William says he'll keep the room open till 3:55. I think there was the weeest bounce for Bitcoin. Just the littlest. Well, if you're looking at intraday, I mean, see if it turns blue, maybe little blue action on the wave. All right, guys, 154. I agree. Perfect. I completely and utterly agree with you in our YouTube room. Yeah, guys, I think I'm just gonna give it another couple of pennies. I'm probably gonna dump my MUX, MUX, and just hold on to the BLSH. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, because I do have to shut you guys down completely, I'll put my homepage link in, and then if you want, you can head over to the main room, which will be open till about 3:55, all times Eastern, of course. And how to get there? Just click on my homepage link. And where you see trading room, that's how you get into the room. Okay, there's still plenty of action in the room. Lots of traders still till that 3:55 mark. That's when William will keep it open till. All right, guys. I don't see any questions. I'll hang around for just a little bit longer. I don't see any questions though. Again, I'll always hang around if there are questions. But I'll just start my goodbye a little bit early, perhaps. First of all, thanks for all the help all day long. Much appreciated. The main room, the trading room, will be open at quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's when Obi will open it. I'll open the YouTube room sometime between 8:40. Yes, Obi. Yes, you are right. um, I'll open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. Okay, so I'm just waiting to see if there are any last minute questions. All right, don't see any, so that's it. So I'm going to mute myself in the main room and stop the screen sharing, and I'll have to shut down YouTube. As I say, I have to shut you guys down completely. So screen sharing is gone, or sorry, muting myself, main room. Screen sharing is gone. Stream is ending in YouTube.